We've got a bunch of mourning doves in our backyard, so our cats are very excited right now. Hello, welcome. It is Sunday, February the 24th? Yes, February the 24th. It is not spring yet, but it feels like it is here in Florida. In fact, we've got like a whole month before spring, don't we?
We do, but here in Florida are
like
fortunate.
87 degrees or whatever.
Yes,
but...
we have very spring-like, nearly summer weather today.
And like some parts of the country, I have friends in California who have snow right now.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we were lucky enough to get a walk earlier. We saw a couple alligators.
Oh yes, we did. We walked for brunch today. We went out, as we often do on Sundays, and we saw multiple alligators out, and they were enjoying the warm weather. They like to lay out in the sun.
For your subscription.
Oh, I already got magic noises.
And it's always nice it was nice visiting with you throughout the art festival.
Oh yes, throughout Epcot. Yeah, speaking of, it is I think tomorrow is the last day. I think
Something
it goes
like
through
that.
tomorrow. It's either the last day is today at Epcot or tomorrow is the last day of the International Festival of the Arts. I'm obviously not there. I'm here across the street in Florida, but I'm painting tonight. But we had a wonderful time with everybody who came out to see us at Disney World, and that was just a very, very fun and very long-running show, and a lot of exciting things happened. As far as I know, Disney will be doing the International Festival of the Arts again at Epcot next year, probably around the same time, January, February. It's a good time of year for them to do that because it's kind of after the crazy holiday Disney stuff and before Epcot starts with their Food and Wine Festival, because it typically starts in March.
But we did see signs.
Yeah, we did. We saw them already setting up for it, yeah?
Yes, particularly along the walkway leading into, the little path that goes from Future World to kind of Canada almost, directly.
Like when you go past the roses and things?
Yes, just left of the Imagination Pavilion.
Like if you're headed towards the World Showcase from
They have all the beautiful flowers there.
Yes. I'm sorry, not Food and Wine Festival, Flower and Garden Festival.
That's okay.
I called it the Food and Wine Festival. That's not till September, but Epcot's got a lot of
They're very
festivals.
similar, and they
also
both have stands with delicious food.
So I'm getting ready to do the Food and Wine Festival for Disney, but the one in California. That's what throws me off. The one at Anaheim in California is in the spring, and the one here in Florida is in the autumn.
It is very, very good to be confused.
It is. But actually, that whole March 8th and 9th
thank you,
is going to
Sassy.
be kind of cute. Oh, is that what that magic was? Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for the bits, Jane.
Wow.
It's already hopping.
Yeah.
So we do have some people already joining the raffle today.
Yeah.
Now, last week we did our last.
Yeah, we did
our
our
giving
Disney
away some of the
for...
special things.
Yeah,
from the art festival at Epcot. The special things were Jasmine's Cruella postcard.
Yeah,
Jasmine's Cinderella leaving the ball postcard. And the other one was Tiana, which was my favorite. Yeah. And also the very, very special pin. And how many days are left in the...
It's either, like I said, it goes through the 25th, so I don't know if that means today is the last day or tomorrow's the last day.
Oh.
So if it's tomorrow, then I think it is tomorrow. I think it goes through
everybody
Monday,
drive to Epcot real quick.
Yes, because that will be the last time you could possibly buy one.
That is the last.
After that, if there's any spares, we're going to give away some free to our Patreon pin collectors. We're going to surprise people randomly, and we might have a couple more to give away here at Twitch. And me and Matt, if we have extras, we'll probably wear them on our Strangeling pin lanyards when we do the sort of events that we can wear.
But we do have super crazy awesome prizes.
We do for today. Yeah. Should I talk about those now or?
Let's go ahead and talk about them.
Okay. Yeah. If people are already doing that, let me just real quick because this is bothering me. Okay. Sorry. There we go. All right.
Artist perfection.
Yeah.
All right, so the first prize will be the Jasmine Becket-Griffith Writing and Creativity Journal. Because for you writers, it's also very good.
It is, yes. It's good for writing or drawing.
And I know several of you are writers out there.
I know some of you people are writers here. So, and have you explained to people how to join the raffle too? If anybody is new, you just type !raffle.
!raffle, and Moobot now reminds them for me.
Oh, well,
isn't that great?
That's awesome. See, I don't know that. For those who don't know, I cannot actually
currently
see
we have 31
from
people
here.
around.
So, oh wow, golly gee.
So for those of you, everyone that's a regular should already have this journal.
Yeah. Probably
it's
so.
Fantastic.
It is pretty great. Or if you're, these are awesome. These are made by. Hey, we were just talking about Alice and Nadali, James. She's on the cover of this one.
Yes.
Oh, somebody else subscribed. I think.
Thank you so much, T. Lowry.
Magic Noise. Thank you.
This is they've subscribed for 7 months in a row.
Oh, well, I promise I will do my best to be here at least for the next 7 months. So you can continue.
So this creativity journal is really cool because it's unlike a calendar.
Yeah.
You go at your own pace.
Yes. Oh,
so
also
you don't have to do it every day. You could do it even twice a day or twice a week.
And it's a combination of, it has a lot of like full color pictures of mine in here. And then it's got things like tiny little coloring page areas. It has amazing. Lined paper. It has, there's more little tiny.
It has a bit of everything, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Oh, it's got my
text.
Klimt picture in there.
Yeah, it has quotes. It
has quotes that I picked myself. What do we got?
Basically, this is if
William
you
Blake.
were stuck on an airplane.
Salvador Dali, yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you were stuck on an airplane, you had a handful of colored pencils. This is the book you'd want.
It is. It's a good combination of art book and like writing in a notebook. And then we have, I keep opening up to pages that have lines or pictures, but there are blank pages that are completely blank that you can like use for sketching and stuff too. So a combination. Oh, there's my kitty.
Thank you for your subscription, Tara.
Thank you very much. But yeah, it's got lots of little things you can color in, and it is, what is this? Like a couple of 100 pages, 200, 250. It's a long book. And yeah, it doesn't, other than the quotes, it doesn't have anything in it as far as writing goes already, but it does have pictures and things to color in, and most of it, more than half of it, is just pictures that are, or pages that you can write in yourself or sketch. Oh, it does have a lot of my favorite pins in it too. We might be working on another one of these too, since this one has done extraordinarily well as far as sales and stuff. Here we go. There's quite a few that are like this, where maybe it might have a picture at the bottom and then it's got a blank page that you can color in. Oh, Charles Dickens quotes. An idea, like a ghost, must be spoken to a little before it will explain itself. The forest eats itself and lives forever.
Oh, that reminds me of, what's that amazing movie where there's this carnivorous island? I cannot remember the name. Where the guy is on a boat with
Life of Pi. Yeah.
Yes,
so it's a book also. Yes. Yeah, that's funny. That's the quote there is a Barbara Kingsolver one from
but that's what it reminds
me
of.
From the Poisonwood Bible. But yeah, Life of Pi is a great book. Hey, I've got a quote from Robin Hitchcock. Sorry. Using the word weird implies that there is a norm. That's a good one for Strange Things. I'm going to get distracted if I keep looking at this. But anyways, very fun. You can get these on Amazon. You can get them at bookstores. But you can get one for free here at Twitch. And I will autograph it for you.
So moving on.
Yes, that will be our
very popular Nightmare Before Christmas journal.
I said this. Oh, yes. This is a different sort of journal. This one is from Disney World.
This one has beautiful artwork.
This has very beautiful artwork, but only in the front. But it is a rare thing to get if you do not have a Disney World or Disneyland by you.
Right.
You can get it online from the shopping services, which is basically paying people to go buy it for you at Disney World. But it's official Tim Burton merchandise, licensed, made by Disney. I, of course, did the painting. And this is one of the only ways. Oh, look, Sally's actually in there too. If you look at it, it's like a faded version on the inside. And it just lined paper, but it's pretty nifty, good size. And some of you may know a lot of people get these journals and just frame the cover, because that is one that is only available as merchandise. It was part of the merchandise line for the 25th anniversary.
And these, of course, will all be signed by Jasmine.
Yeah, and I will autograph all of them. So. But yeah, people often just take the cover and frame it, because you can't really buy prints of that one because it was the merchandise department and not the fine art department. So I won't tell anybody if you frame it.
The third, if Jasmine can reach them, I'm not sure. Now, we have shown you these before. We're giving them away tonight.
Which is the
wine glasses.
Oh, yes. I have this setting over here. Give me a second. I don't want to break. They're actually glass, so I'm very careful. They do not come with wine in them already, but they're very nice.
I also have a link.
Ooh, yes, you can buy these too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, if you're interested,
you might want to wait until after you reflected them. See what a good mirror that is. They are glass, but they are actually covered. Is it silver? I think it is actual silver. That it's like silver plated, on the inside.
I'm not 100% sure.
Yes, I believe they are silver-plated glass, and it's got little metal stars in them and stuff. They're really nifty. They've got my artwork on them. They are very fancy. They're made by the Bradford Exchange. They're pretty hefty wine glasses.
Yes. Now the first link I put up, I want to let everyone know the first link I put up was for U.S. customers.
Yes.
The second link is worldwide.
So you can buy them wherever you want.
So Kaza, check out Enchanted Treasure Gifts.
Yes. Now, if whenever we've mentioned Enchanted Treasures gifts, sometimes if you go there and it says there's like only one left or two left, you can either contact the website, because we've kind of overloaded them in the past sometimes when we send people.
It does say one in stock.
See, that's a good example. You can buy that one, or you can, I think it will let you add it to your, I think they do back orders, or you can contact Tanya.
I don't think they are dishwasher friendly. I think
they are not. They are not dishwasher friendly.
Wash by hand, used for special events.
Yes, wash them by hand. You can wash them, and they are food safe. They are, the United States recognizes them as materials. I think they're made in America, so you can actually put so you don't have to put wine. You can put water, juice, whatever.
Yes, I believe Tanya has a contact.
Yes, there's a contact thing on Enchanted.
Yes, please do.
For those who don't know, Enchanted Treasures Gifts is what used to be called Burning Desires, since they're focusing more on gifts instead of candles, which is why it was Burning Desires originally. They've changed their name to Enchanted Treasures because now they have magic treasures.
And I will put those links up again later.
Or you can order them. You can order them directly from. If you order the ones on the Hamilton Collection website, if you're in America, they are planning to do more of these. Like they do a series where you get 2 of them, and then you get another 2 of them. Because I think I've at least designed 4 of them, I believe. So I don't know if it's going to be 2 sets of 2. If they do really well, maybe they'll do another set of 2. So
yes, both those glasses have nice stems.
Yes, they do.
Like Jasmine.
Oh, hey. But yeah, these are European/British sized wine glasses, not American, so they're pretty big. They'll hold a proper 250 milliliter pour if you're looking for one. So, can you come take these from me, Maddie? Because I'm afraid if I try to set them over there, I'm going to break them. Because they look like they're metal because they are actually silver plated, but it is glass.
I'll put them back here.
Okay, yeah, I can grab them again. I just might need help putting them back because I'm kind of in a weird corner studio area. And is the last prize Strangely Lonely?
A pin that we gave away at the
sold
or purchased rather.
We gave it away for money. Yeah.
Yes. At the Kansas City Renaissance Festival. A lot of you have this pin.
A lot of you might too, but
fantastic
a lot of
for
you
trading.
Might not. And this is a good one to have for trading because it won't be for sale again. The ones I have left over are the ones literally that we had in our little shop there, our gallery at the Renaissance Fair in Kansas City, and these are the ones that we had left. And I never sell them if it was an event exclusive. I just give them away. So I'm giving them away here at Twitch.
Excellent. Now that we've got that out of the way, if anybody has any questions about what Jasmine's working on, and it's really, really cool what she's working on.
Yes, and this is exciting for lots of reasons.
Yes, please. Let me see. I'll put my little.
Yeah, I don't. If you want to see.
I need to add my little link here.
Oh.
I have this little thing I copy paste so I can see the questions.
Oh, okay. So that they can like tag you or.
So if they have,
I'm sorry, I am
you,
not very tech savvy.
It says this, Jasmine.
Nobody can tell.
If you have a specific question for Jasmine, try to include at Matthew Beckett. And when I see that, it makes it bold on my screen.
Oh, okay. So it's like on Facebook, if you say at Matthew David Beckett, it sends you a little thing. It's like, or people say that on mine, and I actually see it on my email. People say,
that way I can see if they have a question for you.
On Facebook, yeah.
And then I'll read their questions or comments or whatever they have to say.
Complaints. We try to stay away from complaints. This is a benevolent dictatorship. Yes. So we do not put up with complaints.
Yeah, we don't. Here we don't do complaints. We don't track orders for you. We don't cannot do that right now.
Yes. Yeah. That is funny that you say that because sometimes I don't often get in to check like my Facebook messages very often. Then I'll look at it and people will be like, from 2 months ago, what's my tracking number? I'm like, oh my gosh, and it's from Amazon or something. I'm like, I don't know how to find your Amazon tracking number.
Jasmine does not ship things, believe it or not. Jasmine does not ship things.
I take the pictures.
She signs things, she embellishes things.
I do a lot of stuff, but
I don't ship them though.
Ship things, and I don't ship things from like Amazon or from like the wine glasses from the Bradford Exchange, except for things like this. But Jasmine, that's technically matte. Yes.
I love this painting. This is from Princess Bullet.
Huzzah.
I love this painting.
Yeah.
The face is gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
What color will her hair be?
I am going to give her red hair. Not just because I put red in my hair recently, but I will probably talk about that because I'll be talking about the theme of the painting and showing some examples of this. It's kind of an illustration based off of a poem that has been redone for over the past 600 and some years.
La Belle sans dames merci.
Pardon? La Belle sans merci. Yes, the beautiful women without mercy. It sounds like what it sounds like. It's one of those French phrases that makes sense even if you don't speak French.
There you go.
But I will be giving her red hair. Unless we have another pressing question, I can talk a little bit about the painting and why these are the colors I'm choosing.
And those pre-Raphaelites, man, they did beautiful red hair.
That's one of the things I love about the pre-Raphaelites. You don't always see a lot of beautiful red hair in a lot of historic artwork, but when you do, and it's the pre-Raphaelites, it just looks like, oh my God, how can I not make my hair?
Red hair can be very striking.
It can, and it does have a lot of, and throughout time it's had different social connotations, or people have different mythologies about it, or even now people will say stuff like, oh, so-and-so's a redhead, they've got a fiery temper, stuff like that. That's always kind of an interesting hair color to paint. Yeah.
Is this painting, this is from Layla.
Yeah.
Is this painting to do with Tintagel?
It is, actually. I'd love to tell you more about that. Do we have any more pressing questions? And I could talk about Tintagel.
Real quick, are they poppies in her hair?
They are poppies in her hair, which is going to be an interesting challenge because she's going to have red hair, like more natural red hair. But then, of course, there are going to be poppies. So poppies are red, and her hair is going to be red. And typically you'd think, oh, you want to put a contrasting color for the flowers in her hair, but it's going to be two different types of red, and they're going to be treated very differently as far as the light in the ambient kind of greenery is going to reflect against it, and it will look very different. It won't look like she has weird lumps in her hair that are the same color as her hair, if that makes sense. But yes,
it does to me.
This painting is one I am working on. This is an interesting one because this is on a deadline for tomorrow. So I'm going to be working on this one probably for the next 20 hours, roughly, maybe 15, 20 hours. I won't be broadcasting up here at Twitch because after about 4 hours, my computer just wants to restart itself. But yeah.
Kazamaka says, ooh, is this November pin possibly?
This pin for this one is actually going to be at Tintagel. It is. I can see why you'd say November because it is the poppies, obviously, and if you know the poppy appeal in England, and Memorial Day in America, Armistice Day, etc., is in November, and they have poppies, and you get them, and it's. But as far as the most, unless I keep the mold and do it, I could always do a variant for November. But I do have another poppy painting I might do for November. Anyway,
so this will be a pin.
This will be a pin
for Tintagel.
Yes, and
yes. We're not expecting wild, crazy crowds, but
Tintagel will not be a big show. It's not
those of you that will come out to see us. This is based on purchase.
Tintagel, the pins are. I haven't done Tintagel before. It's only a one-day show. It's in Tintagel in Cornwall in the UK. It is with any purchase, you get a free pin. Is what it is with any Jasmine purchase, and I'll be there. And Paul, my UK distributor,
and it can't be per day or anything because there's only one day.
It's only one day. So if you want an extra one to trade to people or sell people in the pin group, you just bring a friend or make a baby stand in line with you or something like that. We count heads. It's like there's a head, you get 2 pins. So take that as you will. But I am basing. For the pin, I haven't done the pin design.
That would be at Paul's booth that sells Jasmine's art as well.
Yes, Paul's booth is
Strangeling UK.
Yeah, Strangeling UK, and he'll have a booth right next to mine, and we will both be handing out pins. And that way, if there is a line, again, it's not a big crazy show. It's not a huge city. It's being held in. It's in the town hall. Basically, they're in a relatively small town. But we will theoretically have 2 lines there, so it should not be a whole lot of standing around. It's not like going to MegaCon or a big American show or anything.
Jasmine,
yeah.
Have you finished the absinthe painting yet?
I have not. I am almost done with it, but the reason I am not working on that, as I was starting to say, Maddie, is this painting is due at a magazine. Company tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm pretty much working. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm just going to keep working on this painting until probably tomorrow morning. I'd say maybe another 15 hours on this I'll be done. So whatever 15, 20 hours is from now. And
so
then
basically, folks, what you're seeing is a deadline in process.
Yes, this is a deadline in process.
Jasmine usually doesn't chat.
I don't usually when I paint. So usually I paint a little bit faster. But the reason the deadline is so soon on it, even though the painting is not until the Tintagel event, which is May the 4th, is because there's a magazine called Faye Magazine, which I'm sure a lot of you already know, and run by my wonderful friend Karen Kay, who also is the coordinator for Karen Kay events such as Glastonbury, Three Wishes, and Tintagel, the Tintagel Fairy Fair, and the fairy balls that go along with them. So they are wanting to use this picture for the promotion of the Tintagel event. And since Faye Magazine is one of the few of my favorite magazines that is actually still printed on paper.
Yes, isn't that lovely?
Yeah, it's like, wow, a magazine on paper. I mean, these are things that, I mean, I keep every issue of them. I have them like on a bookshelf. They are like having a fancy art book or something. They're very nice. It's like how Beautiful Bazaar is. How it's like, oh, this is something I want to keep. This is nice. Anyways, they are using this picture to promote the event, and since it is it's still a few months out, one would think, oh, I don't have to have it done until May, and kind of in the back of my head, I was thinking, oh, I'll do that later. I'm like, oh, wait, no, I've actually got to get this done by February 25th, which is tomorrow. So I'm just going to keep working on this one till she's done, and I'll send it to Karen. Maybe Karen's watching. Hi, Karen. I promise I'll have it for you tomorrow at some point. I will send it to Karen, and it will be in the magazine, and then they'll use it for like the flyers and maybe some of the online brochures and stuff for the event. Yeah.
Lila has a question.
What's that?
As Tintagel has a very Arthurian feel.
Yes.
Would Jasmine be doing any paintings with Morgana Le Fay in them?
Oh, that was a close second. I had a list of this. For those who do not know, La Belle Dame Sans Merci is an Arthurian theme, but that was on a list of probably 4 or 5 different ideas I had for the show, because Tintagel, of course, of stories of Camelot and King Arthur, etc. The castle is there at Tintagel, and that's where Merlin's cave is, and that's where we're in King Arthur's Hall is where the festival is held. It's very Arthurian sort of city. Much kind of like how Glastonbury is. That's where King Arthur is kind of sort of buried. So I did want to make sure I did an Arthurian theme. I have painted Morgane Le Fay before a few times. I would like to again. So maybe if I come back to Tintagel, or maybe if I do another I will be doing another Glastonbury. I thought about maybe this October, maybe doing a Morgane Le Fay one. But I'd like to try to keep it along the King Arthur line. So I'll show you a little bit what's happening in this picture. You can see this helmet I've drawn in here. It's kind of from the side. I haven't put a lot of details on it yet. This is actually based off of a real helmet that Matt and I saw at the Wallace Collection in London. It is an Anglo-Saxon helmet that is concurrent with the Arthurian era.
Yes.
And if I'll show you, if I have a second, Maddie, if I don't have anything pressing, I'll show you some of the paintings that are by other artists from centuries past that are of La Belle Dame Sans Merci, which again, beautiful lady with that mercy. It was a old poem, French poem originally, that was from like the 1400s, and then John Keats made a very popular one in the 1820s, and that's the pre-Raphaelites really, really liked the Keats poem. And in that poem, it talks about a fairy child, a child of the fairies, which is this lovely lady who basically kind of tricks. It's not quite like you're standing in a fairy ring and you stay there too long and you die and 100 years go by and it's like Rip Van Winkle sort of thing.
Does she have wiles?
But what's that, baby?
Does she have feminine wiles?
She does, but I would say it's more fairy wiles as opposed to feminine. But it's both. She can be both. That's fine. So these are this is a Waterhouse one. A lot of the pre-Raphaelites painted this as a theme, and there are some of my favorite paintings by them. So you always see a girl kind of clutching at this very medieval kind of Arthurian era knight, and the girls always look kind of wild, and their hair is a bit crazy, and they're almost all redheads, which is I wanted to show that. Oh, here's this the Cowper one, the Cadogan Cowper one is her dress is actually, if you look at it close up, it's like made out of poppies. Isn't that lovely? And she's got this wonderful hair that turns into poppies. But if you look at her feet, there's that knight, and he's like dyed, and she doesn't care. She's just like, oh man, look at my hair. I don't even care. You're dead. So that's kind of the theme. That's why she doesn't have mercy. She has no regrets. Somebody's tricked somebody into being there, and it's like just like a plaything for her.
Yes.
And in the poem, it says that he's looked at them in the past. He sees all these pale dead kings and knights from ages and ages ago that are just skeletons now, which is why I'm putting a couple of skulls, not really obvious, but kind of hidden in there to kind of give the idea that a lot of time has passed. And for whatever reason, pretty much every time you see her, she has magnificent red hair. Often she's on a horse. Oh, this is another Waterhouse. Waterhouse has painted her a couple times. I love her dress in that. Look at that. It's magnificent. And then we've got this sad knight, and she's like, no, stay with me, don't go on your military campaign. And then you like get old and die, and you didn't even notice that you forgot to go home and everything. So if you search La Belle Sans Merci, you will see many, many pictures along these lines. Again, the Victorian era, pre-Raphaelites did quite a few of them. These are just some of my favorites that I'm kind of looking at as far as, not so much composition, but as far as what elements are included. Usually some sort of, I'm thinking about maybe a dark violet for the dress, because if I look at a lot of these, she's got kind of a pinkish sort of purple, maybe elements of gold in the dress, really, really extravagantly red hair. And then the poppy theme, and as we were talking about, we were saying November, like Memorial Day, Remembrance Day, Armistice Day, you have poppies as a, hey, somebody who died in war. If it's like a memorial thing, you have poppies. So it's like, oh, he's like a dead soldier, but she's kind of, in this one, she's kind of flaunting it almost. She's like, yeah, you're dead. I've got poppies. I'm going to do my hair right now. And it's kind of, it's kind of not a joke, but it's kind of sinister in a way. Yeah.
Kazumaka said they'd fall asleep at the easel if they were you. Painting and painting.
Oh, not me.
Ricky says Gabriel has holidays, so he's for once allowed to listen to the entire show.
Oh, happy to hear that you're here, Gabriel. You get to stay up late.
This is a message from Kieran. He says, hello, Jasmine. I'm watching, and what is it you said you were going to send to me? Again, as I didn't quite get what you said.
Pardon?
I am watching, and what is it you said you were going to send to me again, as I didn't quite get what you said? I'm not sure what Kieran's talking about.
Oh, I don't know either.
I'm not sure.
Was it from, was it something I said on Facebook, or was it something?
No idea.
Okay.
No idea. Jane says, wish me and a Kester 91 could go to Tintagel, but we've got a new puppy yesterday.
Oh my goodness. That's exciting.
Bayhart says, looking forward to seeing you and Jasmine in Tintagel.
Oh, yay.
If I have any other messages. How do you spell that art genre, La Belle?
The art genre would be the group of painters that are part of the Victorian, that would be the pre-Raphaelites. Raphael, like the painter Raphael with a P-H-E-L. But if they're asking about the character in the poem, if you'd like to read the poem or the short stories associated with, it's La Belle Sans Regrets. Matt can write it.
If you Google that, you'll be fine.
What did you type?
La Belle Sans Merci.
Oh, yeah.
If you just Google that, you'll be fine. Hey, Faye Hart is Kieran.
Oh, hey.
Yay.
Hi,
Fairy lady.
Yay. And Karen, did Karen think I said Kieran instead of Karen?
Probably.
Okay, yes. Karen, I was talking to Karen. I'm sorry, I got Midwest accent. But yes, I was telling Karen, who is apparently here too, Karen K, that I will have the finished file of this sent to her tomorrow.
We will not be sending the finished file to you, Karen.
No. For
Karen,
sorry.
That wouldn't make sense.
No. But you might get to see it in Tintagel, or at least maybe in Glastonbury. But the finished file is going in Karen's magazine, and they're going to use it for promoting the Tintagel Festival. So.
And Karen is super impressed.
Yes, yay! So far, so good. This is kind of the beginning of my painting day. I know I don't work on the same schedule everybody else in the world seems to do, but I will be working on this for the next 15-20 hours, and then be all finished, dried, and sent to the magazine. So
Jasmine has been showing me photos of Tintagel and the surrounding areas.
I even printed some out
via Google Earth, and she printed some out, and we're very excited. It looks amazing.
I was gonna show you guys actually after I get this shadow under her chin here. Yeah, this is gonna be so lovely.
So we wouldn't suddenly throw that upon you, Karen.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna make you do anything.
Yes.
No, this is for Karen. A similar name, you know. Actually, they both live in the same country. Let me see. I printed out some pictures. Again, these are courtesy of Google and also from the Visit Britain website, which is kind of a neat website if you want to see cool pictures that people have taken recently of visits and travels through England. This is a picture of the castle at Tintagel. And this is like right by where the show is happening. So me and Matt are very excited to go there. We haven't been there before.
That looks amazing.
I mean, look at it. It almost looks like Machu Picchu or something.
Yes, I was going to say it looks kind of like Machu Picchu.
Very verdant green, wonderful ruins of a very, very, very ancient castle. There are a lot of stories and theories on when it was built and who's lived there, and that's all very interesting. There's a lot you can read about it.
This is all in walking distance, apparently.
This is all within about a 10-minute walking distance, apparently, according to Google, of where the show is.
Oh, my.
Look at that. Almost looks like the Caribbean or something.
I was going to
say,
that
water.
It looks warm, but I'm sure
I bet it's not bathtub warm.
Cold and octopus filled.
But check that out, and there's like a cool bridge you can walk on, and there is a famous sculpture that some of you might have seen. This is the once and future King Arthur. If you look,
that's Merlin's cave.
That's not far from it. Yeah. Oh, I see. In this picture. Yes. Sorry, I'm probably behind because it takes a minute. But yes, Merlin's cave is there, and there is a carved Merlin. Oh, that is by the cave. Isn't that neat? And there's a big bridge.
I think that there's
kind of like Mount Rushmore. But
it reminds me of some of the sculptures that the designers probably borrowed from that idea at our Universal Studios here in Florida.
Yes, very much so. But yeah, I love this sculpture here, this Arthur one. It's very transparent almost. It's almost ghostly, and it's kind of on top of a cliff, and it looks really neat. And here's a picture from above to kind of show the wonderful little island area. And this is all down in Cornwall. This is a Google Earth one from above. I'm like, wow, look at that. That's just spectacular.
So Kazamaka says that water is actually the color and the water is warm. I probably have a different idea of what warm is.
It is Cornwall, so it'll be warmer than a lot of it.
Yeah, I don't.
But yeah.
Oh, burr.
No, I mean, you're talking to people who wear coats if it's like 71 degrees out. So. We're awful. Floridians get very spoiled.
We do.
But yeah, that is where the festival is taking place, and this is where this little beauty will be. Now, the original painting, I'm not sure yet if I will have the original painting there. We'll definitely have the prints and everything. The reason being, it is a large-ish painting, and it's got a big fancy frame. And I will have to bring it like in carry-on if I'm flying, and then I'll have to take it on a train from London. So I don't know if I'll be able to bring this with me, but we'll definitely have prints, and that's where we will debut the prints.
Yes.
At Tintagel. If anybody is interested in the original painting, you can email us. And if you are coming to Tintagel and you want the original painting, I will bring it to you. But if it's just like, I don't know who's going to buy it, or if somebody wants to buy it who lives in America, it could be anybody because I'm selling it myself. It's not through a gallery. But I can mail it to whomever gets it. You can just email me at jasminetoad@aol.com. And let me know if you're interested, and we'll put you on the list.
And she is 12 by 16?
She's 12 by 16,
so
what do we do?
Frame.
Yeah, she'll be in a fancy frame, and what are 12 by 16s? I think we...
Katie Tully says, I'm interested.
Okay.
Please email
us at jasminetoad@aol.com. I think our 12 by 16s usually, they're around the 5,400 mark roughly, depending on how long they take.
That's
this
US
one
dollars.
I've worked on, US dollars, yeah. But we can send it anywhere. And we will ship anywhere in the world. And if you are a Patreon person, you can get a 10% discount, even on original paintings. That saves you like $500. Not everybody knows they can ask that. It's only when I sell them myself. If it's a gallery or like Disney World, I can't give you a discount because they're getting the money. So, but if it's me selling it, I can give you a discount all day. I'm taking some blue and brown. It's actually Payne's Gray and Van Dyke Brown mixed together. And I'm putting some shadows, as with a lot of my paintings. I've given her very extravagant eyelashes. So it's still very kind of in the monochromatic stage at this point. But I'm about maybe 50 or 60 hours into this painting so far. So it might look like there needs to be a lot of work, but a lot of it's really going to be color at this point because I've pretty much done a lot of the underpainting. Yeah, it's like, oh, if you look at her eye, you can see it's already pretty much outlined. You can see her, even some of the reflective things like on her hand and I've kind of done some flat areas of shading on the foliage around her. It might look kind of wonky right now. It almost looks like it's a weird flat sort of thing, and those aren't going to be pink, those are going to be red, those are going to be more poppies through there. But this is just for me to know where the darker areas of color are going to be in the plants and where the lighter ones, because I want it to look like she's kind of in a darker area where she's sitting, like maybe there's an overhang of flowers around here. And if you look, you might be able to tell already, if you look at the front part of this arm and her legs, the front part of her legs are lighter in color than her and her head and her arms and her hair, because I want it to look like a shaft of light's kind of hitting that part of her. And that's going to make it look even more three-dimensional, because the part that is closer to you is going to look a lot lighter. It'll be more in a lit area, which we're going to exaggerate a bit by playing with some of where the reflections of the knight's helmet are, and then where the light is hitting the flowers. And that will be an interesting thing when I get to the point, probably not in just a couple more steps from here, I will be working on her hair color and showing how the red, if you are painting somebody who has beautiful red hair, is different than having like a bright red poppy. Except when you like dye your hair like bright red poppy red, and that's also lovely, but it's supposed to be like a long time ago, so I'm trying to keep it more natural looking. But apparently they had, mascara back then. So she's a fairy.
I'm sure they had something.
Fairy glamour, yeah. But this will be, like we were talking about earlier, what the theme of my pin for Tintagel will be. Yeah.
Kaza says moss would look great in this.
Yes. Yes, it would indeed.
Referring to the character moss from IT.
From IT Crowd. Oh, yeah. I'm going to pay him.
Just a little... This tint is a little head in the corner.
It's mostly an IT Crowd theme sort of face. No. But no, there will be. I've kind of at the bottom playing around because even though part of this will probably get covered up by the frame, or it's exactly a 12 by 16, so I'll probably do an 18 by 24 for the Masterpiece Edition, so you'll get to see all the little details, but I'm going to be painting some little grass and things at the bottom. You can see I've put kind of another skull over there. The skulls are not going to be bright white because I want to look like they've been kind of out in the distance and aged a bit, and I don't want them to stand out. I want it to look like if you see the painting for the first time, you don't say, oh, what's all the skeletons? You might not even notice it until you look really close, like they're very grown over, to look like the kings and knights of ages past that she apparently has no mercy about. That's her name.
No, merci beaucoup.
No, merci. But that is a very common theme for paintings and songs. It's funny. I keep thinking there's a Sting song that's in French that's based off of this, but it's La Belle Dame sans regret, not merci, but regret. And I was like, okay, that's kind of the same thing. And he sang it in French, and it's obviously like a nod to this. But Lorena McKenna did a song that is based off of the Keats poem, and the band Fawn from Germany did a song of it, which is funny because they were at a fairy festival that we did in America. They've actually been at 2 of them, Maddie, remember? Fawn, the band?
Yes.
They were at FairyCon in America.
Yes.
And it's like, I was like, I know somebody else did a song. Why do I know them? I'm like, oh, okay. They are going to have other musicians at the Fairy Ball in Tintagel. That's a lot of the reason people like going to the different Karen K events, is because they have musicians and it turns into a really neat concert party sort of music thing at night, which is
art
pretty
all
cool.
day.
So, yeah,
and music all night. Except at the there's concurrent art and music when you go to the one event that's often in the spring in Cornwall.
Oh yes, 3 Wishes.
Yes.
Yeah, 3 Wishes is that's like more music than anything, really. That's a very music-y one.
Yes, we got to enjoy the music.
Yeah, that was kind of fun because we got to like sit there and just like watch concerts while we were working, which is always kind of neat.
Oh, we just got a donation of $13.06.
Oh, neat! I didn't even know you could do that on here. Thank you very much. Hey, lucky numbers too. That's funny. People can just send donations.
Yeah, we have a donation button.
Oh, okay. Sorry, sometimes I'm not real.
That means paint quicker.
I'll paint faster, I promise.
Paint faster. $13.
No, I don't. I've timed this.
Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you.
Thank you very, very much. I will use that to.
You know what? We're Jasmine and I are thinking about more Jasmine themed, better themed things when you get little bells and whistles within Twitch.
Yeah, we're trying to make things a little fancier.
Right, we're not
as far as the broadcasting.
We're not one of those goofy Twitch channels that has things hopping around so much, but
it's not a video game.
We want to do a little bit more for you.
Yeah. Yeah, we're thinking about doing some more video things and also doing some different location ones, like maybe outside. And we're setting up another station for Twitch over at my big easel. You've heard us talk about this before, but we're thinking about setting up a whole other Twitch session that's over across. You can't see where I'm pointing because you're on the TV, but it's about, 10, 20 feet from here. I have another art station, which is where I work on my larger paintings, and we are thinking about setting up a Twitch over there, so in the future when you watch, maybe I'll work half the time at this one and then switch over to the other one.
We can transition over.
Exactly. And then also putting one in our Kansas City studio and in London, so we have one, even when we're traveling, we keep up a regular schedule. So I'd like to get back to the point where we're doing a couple times a week here at Twitch, and it's hard when we travel, but if we had the same setup at multiple areas, or if I was working on a big painting or a small painting, it didn't matter, I could be broadcasting. So that would keep it more on a regular schedule so people can plan. For a while, we've only been doing Sundays. A lot of that has been because I've been doing the Epcot International Festival of the Arts at Disney, and every Saturday I would be at Disney World, so that kind of throws things off for a bit. I'm taking some light colors and I'm starting to draw in a little bit on the helmet. I haven't decided where the main highlight on the helmet is. I put some light colors. When I sketched it in, I was looking at, I think my picture's over there. It is a picture I took at the Wallace Collection, which is a museum in London that has a whole bunch of armor from many time periods. It is such a good place.
Lots of old weird guns, too.
Yeah, ones from 500 years ago. I didn't even know they had
famous
guns
piece of art, Fragonard's The Swing.
Yeah, The Swing. That's a wonderful.
It's just hanging there in one of the beautiful rooms.
And a Fragonard room, and yeah, they've got all sorts of cool stuff there. But at any rate, it's a very good place to go to if you are wanting to take your own reference photos for stuff like armor or swords or any sort of weapons, even armor that goes on horses. Or they have, not only from England, they've got things from all over the world. They've even got armor from Japan and samurai stuff and neat things like that. And you can go there and take pictures, and then it's handy if you need to suddenly pick I need to do a helmet that looks like it was King Arthur's time, then it's like, hey, I've got a billion pictures I took there. It's very, very convenient. Harder to do here in Orlando, obviously, but now I've got pretty much almost all the underpainting is done at this point. I'm putting a little bit more of a highlights on her cheeks. What I don't want to do here is use any of the very, very light, Titan buff like I used on our legs and the front part of our arm. I don't want to put that even on her face. You would think maybe logically if you're painting somebody's face, that's where the biggest contrast, maybe there'd be white dots in the whites of her eyes, but I'm not going to do that on this one. So it looks like this part of her body is projecting forward. So the lightest parts of the painting are going to be on her legs and probably on the helmet. And her faces kind of look like it's back in the shadows, like there's a bunch of overhanging greenery. The greenery and the poppies might be the last thing that I work on, because I will want to make sure that really suits the way that the rest of her is portrayed. I haven't drawn her outfit in a whole lot. I've just kind of made it a big swath of fabric. As I was showing you with the pre-Raphaelite versions of it, they always portray her as having kind of these very large, extravagant sort of violet and mauve, sort of purpley browns and reds and pinks.
They are kind of they are those moods.
Yeah.
It's very wet also.
It is, yeah. Very much so. But I also want to make sure that doesn't take away from the red in her hair and doesn't take away from the red of the poppies. So it's a complicated little dance we have to do here between the types of reds that are here, the types of reds and pinks and purples that can be a dyed fabric, and the types of red that are in nature, like poppy flowers. So it's kind of a neat piece, and that's why I've put a whole bunch of green. If you can see all this, it's kind of a bluish green, but I'm going to make it a more saturated yellow green. The fact that there is about half the painting is green and bits of flowers and foliage and grass and leaves and stems and trees, that is there to offset all the reddish purple. If you think about the complementary color of red is green. So if you have something that's very red and kind of warm tone, you got to balance it out to make this sort of composition, to make a bunch of green, cooler blue tones. So far, so good. One of the very last things I'll probably do is put the final details on the helmet too. Since it's made out of metal, even though I want it to make it look old, I don't want it to look like a mirror finish, but I want it to reflect the colors around it. So I'll need to know, for example, if I made her dress kind of a purple color, this piece of shiny metal in front of her, or at least a little bit shiny, will be kind of purple over there because her dress is bouncing off of it, just like you would if you had like a spoon or, you know, a metal cup or something next to you.
I love the helmet.
Yeah,
I want the helmet.
Cool.
Yeah, I remember your father and I kept looking at the helmets,
mm-hmm.
and all the gear, and imagining how heavy all that stuff was.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And then they put on the horsies too. It's so sad.
Well, the horses.
Remember some of the horsey helmets have like spikes strong. Coming off them, like they're evil unicorns. Yeah.
So Kieran's going to bring more leaflets for his YouTube channel.
Please do. We can hand those out at Tintage All, because a lot of the people there might even know you here from Twitch. So Kieran makes like compilations of my different things I broadcast, like Twitch, etc., and he puts them up on YouTube. Not to be confused with Karen, who is the lady who runs the Fair Festival and the Fae magazine, who I'm working on this painting for. But yeah, I think when I say both names, I sound the same because I've got that flat Midwestern accent.
Karen is not as common.
That's true. Not in America.
Here in the States.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. I've known a few Kierans that are in England, but yeah, not here so much. A little bit more details on her toes.
So, we those in the group that follow what we watch and stuff, we have finished the 2 seasons of Making a Murderer.
We did, yeah.
And I didn't realize, I won't spoil it for anyone, but I'm ready for part 3.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Or season 3 or whatever.
I don't know, man. I don't know what they're going to do with that. Yeah, that'd be a hard one to talk about without spoiling things for people. But
we did start watching another one. And what's it called?
I don't want to say until I've watched it.
Okay.
I don't want anybody being mean and trying to spoil it for me.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But I also have been watching, my mother has not seen Downton Abbey yet. And
if you knew Matt's mom, you'd be like, oh my gosh, I bet she'd like Downton Abbey.
Yes, and she's already 5 episodes in, and she loves it too much. She told me she liked it more than The Tudors. So
oh, there you go. I thought she would like that. We told her that she would like that show.
And Wolf Hall.
I know she liked Wolf Hall.
Wolfle, as she calls it.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, so she is becoming a Downton Abbey fan. I'm looking forward to that movie.
Yeah, they're making a film.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it picks up where it left off or...
Oh, that Nintendo guy said we've been watching the Smithsonian Channel. That sounds
nice. Yeah.
And then watched Into the Spider-Verse last night. Isn't that awesome?
Is that what you were...
That's a Spider-Man movie.
Is that the one you were talking about?
It's incredible.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad. I haven't seen it, but Matt was just talking about that this morning.
I have not watched the Merlin TV series.
I haven't either. There was an older one too. Wasn't there one like... Is there one that's happening now? And there was one that was a long time ago. Not a long time ago, but maybe 10, 15 years ago. Had Sam Neill in it? Or is that a movie? I don't know, man.
That's a different one.
Is that a different one? That's what I mean. I
think it's the one with Sam Neill.
Okay.
I know that one. That's the one that has Martin Short in it.
I don't know. I never watched it. I only just saw the advert.
Newer.
I only saw the adverts for it. That's what I mean. Is it a contemporary one or is it?
It's more contemporary.
Okay. I don't know. I should know, though, because we're going to go to Merlin's cave. I have pictures. I'm going to go there.
Yeah, there's a Merlin with Sam Neill, I think.
Yeah, maybe that was a movie. I never saw it. I just remember seeing, like, commercials for it.
I don't remember. He used to talk to the film, and somehow Martin Short was involved.
Martin Short? Really?
Yes, he was in it, too.
Okay. Didn't we see a version of Midsummer Night's Dream that had Martin Short in it as Bottom? Or am I thinking of...
Maybe.
I know Kevin Kline played him in that one that had Michelle Pfeiffer
with Michelle
in it.
Pfeiffer.
That was a good version
that
of
was
Midsummer Night's Dream.
I remember a lie that I heard.
Oh, okay.
The local high school was putting on a play.
Yeah.
Midsummer Night's Dream, and I was like,
Yeah.
I'm going to go see it.
Yeah.
So I got excited. I looked at the date, double-checked the date, triple-checked the date. I went down there, and no one was there at the high school. And that was where it was supposed to be showing. I'm like, why did you... They're not showing it here? So...
Why was it? What was the confusion?
I don't know.
Wasn't it really the wrong... We were like a month off or something?
I wasn't off anytime. They might have.
They had... I think they put the date out and it was like 1 month off or something. It was something like that. Because it wasn't like they decided not to do it. It was just like... It wasn't happening for some reason.
Have you read the book The Crystal Cave by Mary Stewart?
I have not.
Me neither.
It sounds like a good story.
Luna Pixie's asking.
We've got no, I have
6 minutes to raffle.
Okay. What's the first one? The first raffle is the Creativity Journal. Is that right?
Yes, okay. The Creativity Journal.
I'll show that one right quick. Okay. The Creativity Journal. This is one that's like an art book, and then it's also like a journal, and it also has little coloring pages and places you can draw and stuff. And it's hundreds and hundreds of pages long, and it's magnificent. I love it. And it's got sea monsters. And if you don't win it, you can buy it on Amazon or Barnes & Noble or wherever people go. But look, it's got little coloring pages in the corners and nice pictures in it. I just love this. I'm glad we're doing another one, too. Oh, baby dragons to color in. But, yeah. And I'll sign it for you, too. You can buy them on Amazon, but they're probably not going to be signed. Do we have them on Strangeling.com still? Do you know, Maddie?
I will check.
We might still have them at Strangeling.com too, and those ones are signed by me. If it's at Strangeling.com, it's signed by me because I actually touched them at one point, like this one. Okay, I'm going to put a little bit more shadow under where her limbs are, so when I start painting her hair color...
Yes, it says they are in stock.
Yay! So you can always...
just a few in stock.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yes, they're very low.
I saw. How many low? Like single digits?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. I should probably research this sort of thing before I tell people to go buy stuff.
There you go.
Okay. Well, theoretically, some people can buy them at Strangeling.com, and they are signed by me. Otherwise, you can get them on Amazon and stuff like that, and those won't be signed by me unless you find some weird seller who got me to sign it at like a show or something.
But thanks again, Kester, for your tip. It's exactly 10 Great British pounds.
Oh, is it?
Which comes through as 13. I forget the change. Thank you again for that.
Wow, that's perfect. So
I think it's very perfect.
At this point, I am.
You guys are so supportive.
Shadow.
It's kind of.
I appreciate it.
It's very
you guys
sweet.
are awesome.
Yes. Almost a little too awesome.
I'm
sometimes.
suspicious.
What's going on here?
For fairy folk. Never trust fairies. Put a bit more shadow on her arm because I want to try to figure out which part of this is her body. Usually I do this before I start showing people, but I'm kind of making sure I get this done in time for tomorrow, so I'm kind of winging some things on it, but no pun intended. Also, I want to give her a little hint of wings. I want her to be a little bit like a fairy, but not like big, obvious butterfly wings. Maybe something like you can't even almost tell if it's her hair turning into wings, or maybe some sort of like I'd see on a cicada or like a dragonfly or something, like a transparent sort of wing.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Will Tintagel be a one-off, or will you be back in 2020?
I don't know. I have not been to Tintagel before, so I'm not really sure if it's... I know they typically do that show every year, but it's the first time I've done that. So I'll have to see how it goes, and The problem is this time of year, if it's always around the beginning of May, very often we do have shows in the US we have to be at. It just kind of worked out this year that I could be there. So if in the future it works out and the dates work, then maybe so. But sometimes I, have to be in California or Kansas City or some other event. Let me think. May. That's the problem with it's a lot of it is MegaCon, the big show that I always have to do, but I always do here in Orlando, is in May, and that is it changes what weekend it is. Sometimes it's the last week in May, sometimes it's earlier in May, so that kind of makes it difficult to commit to other events that are in May. But it certainly looks more fun. I mean, Orlando's awesome, but I live by here, so it looks neat to go see Tintagel.
When are the Poe pins going to be up on your website?
Oh, it would be after I paint them. I am actually partway through with the line art on some of them, so it would not be for a while, because that will have to be 5 paintings I need to do the pin artwork, and then we'd have to get the molds made and stuff, and that takes like a month for each one, so it will probably be...
You know what I think, Jasmine? I think these people actually eat pins.
You think so?
I think they just
eat pins and they're hungry for pins? No. I will definitely let you know. It might even be maybe 1 or 2 of them, depending what else I'm working on project-wise. I might even work on some of the pin designs here at Twitch, so I would probably have a better sense than how long. It was only during last episode, like literally 7 days ago, almost to like the hour, that I found out from Maddie that that our last limited edition pin series that was on Strangeling.com, the Dia de Muertos series, had sold out. I didn't know that. I didn't even know we were running that low. So I probably would have already started more work on those by then. So. I'm trying to think realistically. I would probably say late spring, early summer. It's hard since I do starting at the end of next month. I've got a lot of, or actually starting the beginning of, oh gosh, not even that long. The first week of March, I'm off to California, and then after that, I've got Planet Comic Con and Spectrum in Kansas City, and then I go to back here. I might be able to work on them in April.
We got a winner, Jamie.
Oh yes, for the journal. Who is it?
I need to choose it.
Oh, I thought you said we've got a winner.
Well, we do.
Okay.
I just have to get it.
Tell me that's not misleading.
It is.
You're misleading, sir. Okay, this is looking good.
Got 118 entries.
Wow.
I'll draw now.
Hey, compared to the lottery, those are some good odds, though. Okay, I have to make her hair a bit wavy.
Nikki of Hawaii. I know you.
Oh, congratulations, Nikki.
Have you ever won anything in the room, Nikki?
I don't know.
I don't think she's won anything in
the room. Well, it's
about
time, because she's here a lot, and she deserves it, so. Yay.
And let me put my little note in.
Yes. Yeah, just let us know. We can probably find your address, because you've gotten other things from us, but that's, yeah.
We always do it.
Yeah, just let us know. That's awesome. Congratulations, Nikki. We're just a bit bigger out this way because I've got kind of a very dark area to the left-hand side of her. Part of that's going to be her hair coming down. It'll be a bit darker, but I also want to look like, not quite a cave, but it's kind of like a hole made out of the bushes that she's kind of sitting in. Like when you're a kid and you like make a little hole in the bushes and have a little fort or something. So I don't want her dress to turn into that, so I want to make a bit of a darker delineation between where her dress turns into her hair, where it turns into the background. Now I want it to be a very soft delineation. It's going to be more of a gradual fade. Alright. That's her. There's the dress. What I'm going to do now before I do anything else is do some kind of color exploration by finding what I think would be a good color for her dress. Because the dress, like we were talking about, has to be something that kind of doesn't turn into her hair. even though her hair is going to be kind of red, but I want it to be kind of a violet color. And it doesn't blur into the background, which is kind of a blue-green, hazy sort of background, and I'll put a bit of purple flowers to balance it out. But I want it to stand out, but be obvious that it's separate. So it doesn't look like she's a face floating around in the flowers. And
that sounds creepy, Jasmine.
Yeah, it's a creepy painting. I mean,
you're right.
It's not. It's not that creepy of a painting. It's kind of a spooky story. It is. It's a way that I often like to think about fairy in the truest sense of the word, about it being kind of a scary thing that Jasmine, you don't know those people are like, and they're very different than humans. Yes.
How many paintings do you have where there are these beautiful maidens and there are these like dead guys?
I don't know, man. A lot.
Should I be scared?
I don't know, man.
Okay. I'm gonna get cashews. They're the only thing that can cheer me up right now.
Cashews will cheer you up. But no, I'm not saying that all these dead skulls are Maddie or anything. And I'm not saying they're not. But I'm taking some dioxazine purple, and I'm gonna also get some quinacridone magenta. Now these are much more saturated colors than I want her dress to be. I don't want it to look like a dress she bought at the mall. I want it to look old-fashioned, and which is part of the reason why I'm looking at some of these other paintings from centuries past to say, oh, that's kind of a nice lilac violet. This one's kind of red. I kind of like this one because I think they're making her hair kind of turn into her dress. This is the Cadogan Cowper one, and that's a great painting. I love it. But this one has a very kind of gray violet with a gold background. But I think this one is, since I have kind of a complicated background, I don't want to make her dress so complicated so it doesn't just look like a big massive puzzle pieces in front of you. I want to keep her dress kind of solid colored, but I want it to be kind of that gray lilac with almost a gold sheen. This one, this Waterhouse one, is I don't know how well the colors are shown on my silly cameras and the TV computer thingy, but this is kind of, some ways you look at it, it's kind of gold, some ways it's kind of a dusty lilac color. And it kind of turns into this in the Waterhouse one, and it's also got the little bare feet, which is cute, and it's very fairy-like. And it kind of turns into the flowers, and then you can't really tell where the flowers turn into the dress. I kind of want to do that, but with more of a violet look, so I'm going to start taking some water. I've got my palette is a plastic plate. Oh, thank you, sir. Cashews. Sorry, I can't talk about it. Are you making coffee? Sure, give me cashews when you leave. All they're gonna hear is me munching. Anyways, I've got this plastic plate that I have a sponge on, right? It's like a yellow sponge I've used a million times. And I have a piece of palette paper I've cut into a circle. And that is all soaked in water. I take more water from my little cup over here, just like a big old plastic cup I've had for 30 odd years. And I mix water in here at the bottom. And I will use that with the colors I'm thinking about mixing. Because once I mix them with water, it will be very transparent. So it won't be covering anything up. I will still see my lines that I've drawn in with paint and dark colors before. But I will have a good idea of how those colors are going to look compared to other things. If I were to take something like, again, I don't know how good the color shop, but if I put something like this, I'd be like, oh, wow, that's really, 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 really purple. I don't want it that purple. I'll take some purple and mix a bit of brown with it. Mix a little bit of magenta with it. And I'll mix a little bit of Payne's gray with it. Also a little bit of yellow, not because I want it to be yellow, but because it's kind of the opposite of purple, and that will make it less vibrant. Because I don't want it to look like something she bought recently at a store that is made out of like polyester or something. I want it to look like an old, like somebody dyed it in the forest with berries and bits of poisonous flowers or something. Ooh. Yeah. You know, like how fairies probably dye their clothes.
Or they just will it to happen.
Yeah, it's fairy glamour. She probably didn't even have a dress on. She's just trying to look fancy and projecting that image on people. So I'm kind of going over some of the areas. It's not a very detailed dress. I wanted to have it, again, this is kind of my favorite of these, actually both these are pretty good. These are actually, he painted that painting so many times. These are both by John Williams Waterhouse. He did a couple, probably 5 paintings of La Belle Dame sans Merci. So I like his.
Just obsessed, isn't
it? Well, that was a thing back then. But so I like his kind of idea where it's kind of got a little bit of detail around the top, but then it turns into an almost waterfall pile of loose fabric. It looks very comfortable. As far as, especially in the Victorian era, if you think of the clothing people wore, women would wear really restrictive corsets and uncomfortable clothing made out of steel bones and stuff like that. So when they were kind of idealizing medieval Arthurian ages, they would give women these flowing kind of romantic outfits that look very fine. If you're going to sit barefoot in the woods, that looks like a great outfit to do it with, and you wouldn't be too cold, it wouldn't be poking you in your tummy, it wouldn't be hurting your top bits. It looks very nice. So I'm kind of going with that for her outfit here. I like painting uncomfortable outfits sometimes, but I'm just not doing that for this painting.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Tammy won like $116 on a Goonies slot machine.
Really?
Yes.
Like in Las Vegas or somewhere?
Yeah, she's in Vegas.
And it was Goonies, like the movie?
Asked her if she got 3 sloths. Or
That's
three
funny.
baby Ruths or something.
Cracks me up what
names they use.
Who licenses those things? That's hilarious. That's a weird sort of merchandise to license.
Yeah, I myself am not a
gambler
type.
No,
the one thing I like is I
Las
like
Vegas.
that,
I put some money in slot machines.
I like
but
the
I'm not
roulette
really
machine that's on the video.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, computer with a computer.
It's like a computer, but they have it on the. We were on a boat. And we've seen it at a casino too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that Las Vegas?
It was Las Vegas. Also.
Okay. I've only been to Las Vegas once, so I kind of don't know much about it. But it's like a real roulette wheel, and it has a camera on it. But you don't go to the roulette wheel. You're like 50 yards away at a machine that shows like a monitor, kind of. And it shows it while it goes around, and then you just touch the screen, so you don't have to interact with a human, I guess. I don't know.
The Goonies one sounds fun.
That's hilarious.
Does it play like Cyndi Lauper during the spin and stuff? Or does it?
That's great if it does. That's pretty funny.
Hey, you know what? That's a good video game. Goonies 2 on
I was going to
NES.
say, is it based off of Goonies 2 in the video? I've only seen Matt play it, but I remember one of the first times I met you, you talked about that game. Yes.
You've got to save a mermaid at the very
end. There's a mermaid
in
this, yes. There is not in the film, I must add.
There is. It embellishes.
I was going to say, it's kind of a brave move to make a video game out of the Goonies and add a mermaid for some reason.
Constantly jerking around with you, though.
What is it?
Doesn't stop the Fratellis from constantly jerking around with you, throwing
you
bombs at you and stuff.
They throw bombs?
It's a weird
game.
They
didn't do that in the film either.
Mama Fratelli throws Molotov cocktails at you, if I remember right.
That's way more scary than the movie.
Oh, God, I laugh so hard when she says, the only thing we serve here is tongue.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Ew.
That's a very well-written movie.
That's one of the few 1980s, like stereotypical 80s things I actually saw when I was a kid. So I kind of get people's nostalgia.
And Neverending Story, maybe, right?
What's that, baby?
Oh, wait, you were late seeing Neverending Story, weren't you?
I saw it, but you've heard this story. It was on...
Kachina?
No, you're confusing it with Labyrinth. But no, I saw it at school. They showed us the first half of it in music class because our teacher was gone, and then we never saw the second half of it.
Oh, man.
And then we moved into this horrible apartment and that had mushrooms growing inside, like just in the apartment. It was awful.
What'd they taste
one
like?
Bedroom. Anyways, we didn't eat them. We threw them out. And anyways, the people who lived in the apartment before us apparently had paid for cable. This is back when people had like cable and didn't have the internet. And so we had cable for the rest of the month, basically, after those people got kicked out or whatever. So we're like, oh my gosh, we're going to put in like VHS tapes and record as much as we possibly can. And you might hear me referring to this a lot because that's how I got to see a lot of MTV was like from that month. It's like we recorded it. And they were showing Neverending Story and we recorded it, but it was on HBO and they didn't have HBO. So it was like kind of all fuzzy in black and white, and the screen kept going like that, round and round and round like that. But so I got to see the second half of it eventually, and then I got to read it in German actually for my German class when I was before I went to Germany when I was a teenager. Yeah.
That Nintendo guy wants to know if you lived in the Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah.
Like John Leguizamo.
Oh wow, like that, yeah,
The Mario Brothers.
Like with Bob Hoskins and
Bob Hoskins.
Oh, that's
one of the worst
movie.
things I've ever. And Dennis Hopper.
Wow, yeah, Dennis Hopper. That's in his.
Has anyone seen
most
that movie?
Yeah, has anybody
the worst movie ever.
The Super Mario Brothers movie, the actual movie that we're talking about, of Dennis Hopper, John Leguizamo. There's a handful of famous names in it. Just a terrible film. It has nothing to do really with the cartoons, and it was made at a time that they could have made a really popular movie, and it doesn't even use the music from it. It doesn't have anything. I don't understand. But,
Tigger's asking if you finished your latest Disney project.
I have finished it. It is submitted and awaiting approval.
There you go.
So, cross your fingers. It's one that requires special approvals for various reasons. But yeah, so far we'll see. It is. I don't know how long it will take to get approval, but hopefully not too long. Assuming it works out, that will have me back in California again in August 8th, I think. Was it the 8th, Maddie? Did we figure it out? I forget.
I don't know.
Because I keep wanting to say the 5th or the 3rd, but I have family members who have birthdays those days, and that's probably why I'm thinking that. But I think it's the 8th.
I think it's that other anniversary I get always confused with. I can't get it out of my head. Huh?
I didn't hear what you said, baby.
It's that other anniversary I always get confused with. I can't get it out of my head.
There you go, man.
But I'm not sure if that's the right one either.
It is, but I think they probably make it on whatever the closest Saturday is to that one. That's also Disney related. So
Sean Astin, Corey Feldman, and Data are going to be at MegaCon.
Yep.
That's
right. I don't know if they are they? I'm just
that's
like
what
they asked you, or okay, gotcha. Awesome.
Cool. And
wow,
Back
that's
to the Future
neat.
people.
Yeah.
And...
I say they get a lot of people at those cool. Conventions. MegaCon has gotten so big.
Okay, Jasmine.
Yeah.
Icon Lattice has a good question.
Oh, what's that?
And you should kind of address it. If you're commissioned by Disney to do something for, say, Frozen 2, might you get to see the movie before it's released? Do you have that sort of privilege, Jasmine?
Well, to be fair, it depends what department of the company it is, which is a big part of saying it. It would have to be a different part of the company than I usually work with, so I probably would not be able to answer that very well. In general, if it's something for the fine art division or the merchandising division or like a co-brand with Hamilton collection, then no, I wouldn't be able to, but I'd get to see things like the concept art design style sheets and stuff like that. Unless it was, like I said, a different part of the company licensing me or contracting me to do it, and then maybe I would get to. So if it was like concept art or something, then maybe it would be behind the scenes stuff. And I've gotten to do things like that a little bit with a few companies, and that is always a lot of fun. But probably it would be after the movie came out, and they would then be wanting things like t-shirts and coffee cups and stuff. And art for the galleries, obviously.
Okay, Queen Trey has a question.
Yep.
When you travel around the world, do you see other artists who paint similar to you? Because there's a gray area when other artists create similar style.
Well, I run into a few problems of like sometimes people are just like ripping me off, and that's usually I'm like, lawyer,
that's
go do that, lawyer.
Being in the same genre.
Yeah, same genre. I mean, that's just saying like genre would be something like fantasy art or fairy art, and those mostly seem to be more popular in America or in England. You see a lot of fantasy art. Europe sometimes like in they have some fantasy festivals and things like in the Netherlands and Germany. A lot of gaming stuff, like video game type stuff in Germany. In Asia, I see more things, obviously, like anime, comic type stuff, which you could maybe say is the same sort of genre.
Jasmine.
But yeah.
Lucinda would love to see one day you paint Sarah from Labyrinth.
Ooh, yes.
In the crystal ball outfit.
I'd like to do that too. Yes, from the ball scene.
Yeah, when the world falls down.
Not the dance scene. I guess it's a ball scene too, but yeah. But yes, I would love to. In fact, we were just talking, Maddie. We were trying to figure out who owned the licensing rights for Labyrinth, and Disney, I guess, kind of does. So I don't know if that's something I might get to do. I would love to if that's an opportunity. So that might be something I try to ask next time I'm doing like coming up with my next contracts for Disney or something, because I think it'd be fantastic. The Hamilton collection that I do work with, I believe they have a license with Disney to co-brand things from Labyrinth. So before it would be a painting, it would be more likely I would probably do some sort of figurine series or something, because they handle a lot of the figurine and three-dimensional sculpture things that Disney does. And since Disney has the Jim Henson brand now, that's something that could theoretically be co-branded at some point. So, God, that sounds like a boring lawyer sentence, but it does mean that it might be something exciting might happen. Oh, speaking of, I was going to show people the new Disney Hamilton thing. The people on Facebook have probably already seen it.
I have a link.
Yes. I'll show you guys. I printed it out because I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure how to show you guys.
With Allison.
I'm very low tech. I'm like, I'll print this out on a piece of paper and hold it up to the camera. But yes, this is one of the pieces I have, or projects I've done that are with Disney, branded with Disney, that are through the Hamilton collection, but are also Jasmine Becket-Griffith. So it's like at the end, it's like copyright Jasmine, copyright Tim Burton, copyright Disney, copyright Hamilton. And these are based off of the live action films of Alice in Wonderland that, of course, Disney has made. And this is a statue series. These are not the finished statues because they are not in production yet. They are taking pre-orders now. So these are like, they take my characters and they make 3D pictures of them on the computer. I'm not very good at words, but these are the computer concept arts for them. And it is obviously Alice. Then they wanted kind of like the Disney idea of cosplaying the Disney characters from the film, branded by Disney but made by Hamilton, featuring Jasmine Becket-Griffith characters. A lot of paperwork. So we've got White Rabbit, and they've kind of done like steampunk angle with little gears and whatnot, and then a Mad Hatter. But these, of course, are Jasmine fairies that are dressed up as the characters branded by Disney. And the background is actually a fourth piece in the series. It looks like this. It's like, you know how you guys who might have my Nightmare Before Christmas series I did with the Tim Burton Hamilton collection, or the Wizard of Oz ones I did. How it comes with like a big backdrop, like to set the characters on. So you have this, and it's got Alice.
I love it.
It's got, and this is like molded. I know it looks like a picture, but it's like a statue, like three-dimensional thing, and the characters sit on it.
It's one of my favorite sets.
I know. Yeah, I'm very excited for this one.
It's getting massive
so
amounts
Alice.
of
it is. I think last I heard, it's the most popular thing on the Hamilton Collection website right now. So, and they've got like a billion things up there.
Jasmine,
so
you would look cute in that bunny costume.
Oh, thank you. She is cute. See, this is how the White Rabbit will look. Again, they're going into production this summer, but you can pre-order them now. They don't charge you until they send them out, which would be like, I think in August, I think is when the molds and everything will be done. So there's a White Rabbit. She's so cute. And
look, she has a little tie.
I know, isn't she darling? Aww. She's late. Look, she's got a pocket watch. That's why she's got little gears and stuff. But and then Mad Hatter, except she's one of my fairies. Yeah. That's what I also talk about when people say, well, do you think you'd ever paint Johnny Depp as something? And I'm like, no, usually if it's Disney or Hamilton or one of the broadcast or the licensing characters, I do. They want it to look like a Jasmine character, because why else would they be hiring me to do it? So that's how they will look. If you look at the HamiltonCollection.com, you'll find it right up on their website, or Matt will post a link. You can't pre-order it unless you're on the USA website right now, because when you do pre-orders in America, it's in American dollars, and since they don't charge you when they send it out in August, it would be, I don't know if it's illegal, but they can't like do it in pounds until they're actually made, if that makes sense. Yeah.
You get all three when you order?
Yes, you get all three, and you get the backdrop that they sit on. And I think they do it you can do it in installments though, so it's like, I don't know what it is, $29 or something, like an installment, and then I don't know if they mail them all at once or if you pay it in installments. You'd have to ask Hamilton Collection about that. I'm just the painter lady. I don't like make the orders and send them to people. That's the Hamilton and the Disney part of it. I'll show you what I've done here. I've taken this, I'm kind of liking this color. I don't know how well the purple shows up. It probably looks kind of gray, but I don't know. It's kind of a lilac. So I've gone over and I'm kind of liking this color. I think it will look good next to, this is kind of green. It's mostly the underpainting still, so there isn't a lot of overlay as far as like a transparent saturated color on it. And then if there's a big pop of red from the poppy there, and then she'll have kind of a natural auburn sort of red hair turning into where her purple dress is. I think this shade of purple is looking pretty good. I might do one more layer on top of that real quick. This will just take me a second now because I've already seen the purple and I know where the purple's going. I use my hair dryer. Sorry, this is noisy.
Just helping Jasmine with learning how to join the raffle.
Oh,
another Jasmine.
Another Jasmine. I have
we met several
I know several Jasmines. Yeah, I was gonna say
Epcot Jasmine?
I met a few Jasmines at Epcot. Some of them spelled differently.
She's a Jasmyn Jasmine.
Myn. Ooh, fancy. I'm just spelled like the flower.
So boring.
Or the princess Jasmine.
No, but you know what's good about your name?
What? Because it says mine.
It says mine.
Oh, okay.
Jasmine.
Oh. I'm gonna do.
You know the things that blow up soldiers.
Yeah, like landmine.
Much like the painting.
Yeah, exactly. It is much like the
Jasmine's
painting.
all about that.
Yes. I'm gonna put some purple here. So I'm just kind of purpling over everything. I put a little bit.
She was there hours in advance. Well, thank you so much for visiting with us.
Yes, it is, Jasmine. Oh, good to see
you
here up on Twitch too. It's always nice when I get to see people in real life, and then I get to talk to you guys up here too.
And she had her coloring books with her.
Yes. Okay, it is that Jasmine. Yay. Okay, I think I remember autographing it to her and talking about how our names were spelled different. Because that's how I am. Yeah, it's purple.
That's what Jasmines do. They talk about their names.
They talk about their names and they talk about spelling. Yeah, this purple's gonna be lovely. I'm gonna bring that up on her leg a little bit more. I want it to look like she's kind of not hatching from an egg, but she's kind of like curled back and there's stuff kind of around her and she's kind of emerging from it or retreating into it. You're not sure. She's a mystery fairy lady. So.
Oh, Jasmine says hi to you.
Hi, Jasmine.
Oh, thank you for your subscription, Kester.
Oh, thank you very much.
Gosh, you're great tonight.
I was gonna
give us a tip.
Yeah, these are my friends, man. Thank you very, very much.
And Karen's loving that color purple.
Oh yes, that is a nice purple. This is, I think, perfect. I think it's going to be really good, especially with that kind of mossy ground and that kind of a very natural but highly saturated yellowy green that's going to be on the background, etc. This is going to be lovely. Purple, purple, purple. This will also cover up her feet a bit, so she doesn't look, it's not like, oh, here's a couple bare feet right in your face there. Just kind of cover it up a bit and then put some grass in front of there. She's not sitting like on a gym floor or like a wooden floor or something. It's going to be like grass and stuff around it. I just want to paint the grass afterwards so that it goes on top of things, like goes on top of her feet or her hands. It looks like it's in front of it or it's kind of amidst it. Purple here. I'm going to take a little bit of this purple right now. This might look weird. It's not going to be like this completely at the end, but I want it to show through. On the helmet, since the helmet, again, is made out of metal, and metal tends to be reflective, it's going to have some purple in it. So the helmet isn't going to look like it's made out of purple metal. It's not like My Little Pony helmet or something. I'm going to put this here. So when I do start working more on the shadows of the helmet, I know that will be the same purple will be reflecting on it.
That's a trick that I know just from watching Jasmine paint.
Aw.
Although if I did it, it would look stupid.
Oh, it just takes practice. Anything is like that.
Jasmine.
Purple. Yeah.
What color red will the hair be?
I'm going to make it look more like
fire red, ruby red, or maroonish red?
I'm thinking of more of, since I do have poppies in the painting, and since they will be red, and since her dress is kind of a violet, I'm going to go with kind of more auburn natural red, so that it won't stand out or clash when she has the bright red poppies, which are going to be red, 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 red poppies. It will be like almost they're floating. They're so red poppies. And it won't be blue red because she's got already violet on for her dress. But some sort, like a natural red. I'm trying to think who a good, trying to think of redheaded people, what would be a good, some of these paintings I was showing earlier. The red, like, and
oh, and Jasmine, sorry for the text sounding noises.
Oh, what's that?
It looks like it's not an emergency at all. I just saw a picture of our nephew Fox. Oh. Apparently, he had spent a gift card at the science store.
Oh, excellent. They went to the Toy and Science Museum. Yay!
They probably don't.
I love the science. I love the science store. That's okay. That's awesome.
Yes. And you know what Fox got? And I'm still jealous. She's got a rock tumbler. We need a rock.
I know. We talked about this. We are getting one.
So sick
Again, don't send us one because me and Matt are picking one out. But
no. Yes.
Yes.
Please don't send us a rock tumbler.
No, we're picking one out.
Yes.
But this one, this Waterhouse painting of La Belle Dame sans Merci, I like this red. That is almost, it's not copper, it's a burnished copper, but it's, you can tell it's not quite natural. I like that a lot. I'm going to kind of use that as my style guide. Yeah.
People are asking, orange red like a burnt umber? And then Queen Tree said, merda.
Yes, that would probably be a good example. Maybe a little bit darker than that because I don't want it to leak in too much since she has bright red. Like I'll probably use kind of this matte orange color on the poppies with a bit of magenta in it. Well, I'll probably be working on that next actually, so y'all can see. Yeah.
Dennis Dom says you should do Game of Thrones characters.
I would like to. If anybody out there knows HBO or George R. R. Martin, tell them my name. I will love to paint their characters. That would be awesome.
That'd be very good.
I can't do that unless I get permission, or if I'm just doing it for fun. But as a commercial artist, I can't really just do things for fun. I gotta put it in a gallery or.
Yes, Jasmine has to sell these paintings, so I can buy my Lamborghini someday.
Shoot, so we can get another second-hand used minivan someday.
That'll work too.
Someday, not for a while, Maddie. But yeah, no, really, not for a while. But yeah.
Deeper.
There we go.
Fire truck red.
Fire truck red. Since the poppies are going to literally be like fire truck red, I don't want it to look like she just has weird tumors in her hair or something. I want it to make sure that the poppies, again, it's a Memorial Fallen Warrior thing. I want to make sure I have poppies. I want the poppies to be red, like crayon fire truck red. And I don't want her hair to be that. Otherwise, it's going to look like there's weird bumps in her hair that are like made out of her hair, but they're shaped like flowers. So I want it to be different enough that it also doesn't blend in with the violet of her dress. So this is, what I'm going to do really quickly is get some Naples yellow, which is kind of a good underpainting color when you are painting something that has warm tones. Usually when I'm doing an underpainting, if it has cooler tones and I want something to show through with a heavy chroma sort of saturation on top of it, I would do cool tones with Titan Buff because that's kind of looks like the underside of my arm. It's like, it's kind of fish belly white. And then we've got Naples yellow, which is kind of a nice warm sun-kissed sort of yellowy white color. So I'm going to, since her hair is going to be red, which is a warm tone, I'm going to take some of this Naples yellow, put a little bit more here, and I will figure out where I want the lightest part of her hair. Now, when I was painting her, I'll see if I can show that more. I haven't really drawn like a big circle for her head. I've kind of made her head kind of disappear into the background. Since she is coming from, especially her head and her arms, are coming from a darker cavern-like sort of shady area, it's not going to be a real obvious Barbie doll circle head behind her. And her hair is kind of wild. It mentions that in the Keats poem. It talks about her hair being wild and stuff. So I want to make sure I'm keeping true to that a little bit. So I want to know where the lighter parts are going to be, but I'm still not going to use white or Titan Buff on her hair because the lightest part of the painting is going to be the part that is closest towards us, so I want to have the most contrast there. So I'm going to put some Naples yellow for doing the brightest part of her hair. It will look very light because I haven't used any light colors up here yet. I haven't used white, I haven't used Titan Buff. Haven't mixed either with anything on her head. The only place I've used that so far is her legs, and that's why they look a lot brighter than like her shoulder, and that's why her shoulder looks like it's further away, even though it's all on one piece of wood.
What would I call that, Jasmine?
What would you call what?
Okay, so her skin right now, it doesn't have pigment on it.
Yeah.
But if you add color to it, is it the same tone that it would be now? Is that tone? What will not change? What is there a...
The tone will stay the same.
The tone
yes. Is like if you look at a black and white picture, you can tell. You could say shade or tone for that. If you're talking about pigment or chroma, you're talking about the color that you're putting on top of it. It's like if you put on purple sunglasses and you look at everything, you've just changed the chroma or the pigment. You made things look purple, but light things still look light and dark things still look dark. It's like you put a piece of saran wrap that's purple on top of everything. So I'm kind of doing that when I'm painting by putting the darks and lights, the shading, the hues on here, and then I'm going to put different the tones, and I'm going to put hue, chroma, pigment are the things that are going to change. And that makes sense.
Yes, so that's why I was asking, because honestly, I wasn't 100% sure. I thought that's what it was.
Yeah.
So the tone won't change.
The tone won't change.
Those are good things.
The tone, the scale, the shade, the shadow, the light.
It's good to know these terms because when you're talking to artists, especially if you let's say that you guys wanted a commission from someone, and you use terminology like that, they'd probably understand better.
Yeah.
Or you might sound more impressive when you're
if you're like, oh, here, I would like the hue of the red to change, but not
so much the
tone.
finished piece, or like you were talking about in the museum. You can talk about tone and stuff, but if you're talking about a work in progress, it makes you sound a little bit.
That makes it
like you know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
and you do.
It's like if you're gonna make a again, a black and white photo is a good example of that, or something like a sculpture. Like let's say it's like a marble sculpture. And you took a photo of it. Parts of it are dark, parts of it are light, but it's all made out of the same stuff. That's kind of how I approach my underpaintings. And then I'm putting colors on top of that, but still the shadow and the midtones and stuff have not changed. And that's nothing that you really study or learn. That's just something that you figure out by looking at stuff and practicing a lot.
That sounds very basic, but it's the truth.
It is. It's just looking at
going
stuff.
to museums alone. I've learned a lot. Now, if I would...
When do you go to museums alone? No, I'm sorry. You mean going to museums in general?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Now, if I would have sat in more of Jasmine's art classes, when she was taking them at UMKC, like art history, I may have...
I was going to say, I couldn't take art classes at UMKC because we had to paint at home. They wouldn't let us bring paints to school. I had to do independent study. He's talking about art and history classes. He's not talking about painting classes. And you know what? They did not talk about that in art and history classes.
Well,
so you don't know what you're talking about, do you? You just have a vague idea.
I didn't go. I only went there once, so I don't know.
You went to my Asian art history class, was it?
That was great.
Yeah. Yep. No, I did not get to go. I got to go to life drawing. I took life drawing every year for many years in a row. I just show up, a model would come, and you draw them, and that's all you do.
I do it completely clothed.
3 hours. No, they don't make you wear clothes for that. No.
In a school?
Yes.
So that's a common thing?
Yes, it's incredibly common.
So
people might giggle the
first day. There's a difference
day,
between something like what? Let's use the term maybe artistic nudity.
Yeah.
Is there such a term?
Yeah, there is.
Oh.
You wouldn't know it, but yeah.
I see.
Artistic nudity.
There's such a thing. So people shouldn't freak out when they see something like artistic nudity.
Yes,
right?
Exactly. Especially Facebook.
Yes,
Facebook
especially
needs to
Facebook.
calm down. They won't let me.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, Facebook keeps banning me for posting mermaids who totally have tops on. I don't know why, but they've kicked me off a few times now. I don't get it.
Kester was very sweet, and he gave his wife a sub.
Aw, that's awesome. Thank you very much. And your wife thinks you also, I bet. Hopefully.
Now you guys have these cool icons.
I was going to say, they get to use their little pretty...
Yes, you have the biohazard icon.
Ooh,
if you look in your little emotes, you'll see that has popped up now.
So they can use that in the...
Yep.
Yeah, I never really get to see the screen, but Matt does, so he knows what's
I have
up.
these extra cool ones. I've got this beautiful rose fairy,
they're gonna have...
and I've got the 20-sided dice fairy, and I'm not supposed to eat 20-sided dice.
Nope, you're not. Only 12-sided.
Oh, hey, I got permission.
But I think, is it if they make me a partner or whatever, don't I get to make a bunch of them that lots of people can use?
Now, that's one of our goals is to as we were talking about it a bit last Witch.
Yeah.
Jasmine and I are crazy busy, but we're trying to become more focused on things like Twitch.
Yeah, interactive stuff like this.
Right.
Which is fun.
Because
I don't get out much.
We certainly have enjoyed our time up on Patreon.
Yes, very much so.
It's a higher connection to fans.
Yes.
And Twitch is a very interactive way
and I think that's
talk to fans.
Cool. Yeah.
And
or other artists or anybody. Yeah.
So it's a goal that we have this year. Jasmine would like to make partner. You certainly I think you certainly can.
Sound like I'm a lawyer or something. I'm going to make partner.
But that would once we
give me more options up here, Twitch.
Yes, but it would make our channel even better.
I don't know if they have anybody in their creative department who is partner. I think it's all people who play video games, but we can change that. Let's see.
Okay, so we have some art questions, Jasmine.
Oh, please.
We have 2 in a row. Jasmine,
what do we got?
By the way, guys, if you have any art questions, Jasmine loves.
I love talking art. Yes.
So April asks,
yes,
how does Jasmine feel about drawing hands and feet? Can I interject real quick?
I don't know what you're going to say, but go for it.
I just want to let everyone know in the room, the hands and feet on these look just like Jasmine's hands and feet.
Yeah, that's
just like
that. And that is actually probably be part of my answer. Hands and feet at first seem like complicated things because there's a lot going around. It's like a bunch of bendy hot dogs and you don't know what direction they're going. But what I do and what has taught me how to just do them from scratch if I need to, is I've taken myself, or I've made Matt take even more pictures of my hands holding just about anything, from weird angles, from upper angles, from sides, and from whatever. This, I don't know, yeah, you guys, I don't know if you guys have seen me, but this is a picture that Matt took of me sitting down like this, and I think I used it once in a different painting. I think I used it in Lily, and then I flipped the photo around and I based the hands and feet off of that one. So what I recommend doing is, since hands and feet tend to mostly be shaped more or less the same, depends who you are or what you look like, but take pictures or have somebody take pictures of your hands and your feet, or look at your own hands, your own feet. If you draw those, then you start to, it makes like a weird sort of pattern in the back part of your brain that if you recognize it as being your own, you can start to think about what it would look like from different angles, because you've been looking at your hand since you were a baby, and that kind of gives you an intrinsic sort of insight into how they are shaped. But really, it's not any different than drawing or painting an apple or a folded up piece of paper or a crumpled dollar bill. It's just like a weird shape, but it's one you are used to seeing, and there's something, when you look at hands or feet, you can tell really easily if something's not right. Like if you put the thumb on the wrong side, or you're like, oh, your thumb doesn't bend that way, it bends that way. There are things your brain knows. Even if you're not an artist, you can tell if something's wrong when you're drawing hands or feet.
With much like a face, sweetie, is it like we can see symmetry in hands and feet?
It's not necessarily symmetry. It's like, it's more, you know which way your fingers bend. You know how many knuckles they got in them. Again, for the most part, some people are shaped differently, but most of the time you've got knuckles in the same places, hands in the same areas.
Is it like when the black-eyed children come to your door and they don't look quite right?
Exactly.
Whoa.
No, but if you see a painting and I've been seeing there's some meme going around on Facebook or whatever, and it was like, name 3 things wrong with this painting, and one of them was like the thumbs on the left-hand side or whatever instead of on the right-hand side, and it's something that your brain knows is not there. So it's something that you do want to get right when you're painting, but the more you do it, the more you can tell just instinctively how it is shaped and what it looks like from different angles. And you always have a model. As long as you have one hand to look at, and it's your own hand, even if you're drawing left hand and you're one-handed, you can look in a mirror and it'll be the opposite. You always have a free model to look at. It is there. And from something like this, again, I was talking about doing one, I'll do a more start to finish painting probably later this year, where I'm going to actually show you guys, hey, here's reference photos that I've made Matt take of me holding a big, holding something, and how I look at that picture, draw it down, and how it looks realistic. And that is why all the hands and feet of my characters end up looking like my hands and feet.
And you said you weren't sure if you're going to have that as additional series where artists, people who are wanting to be artists, want to learn more about art.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Be up here on Twitch, right?
Yeah, that would be up here at Twitch. So I'm thinking about maybe once a week doing something that's more intensive about artwork, as opposed to just talking about
kind of like a Bob Ross
characters
one,
and stuff. Yeah, like more if there's interest in that sort of thing.
Okay, Tigger has a question.
What's that?
And this is a good question because people ask us a lot.
Oh, what's that?
Can Jasmine talk about her method of rubbing the paint with her finger?
Oh.
Is this a common artistic method, or something she discovered on her own? And I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Okay, thanks for letting us know. That is I'm just doing it right now. That is something I do myself. That is not necessarily something I would recommend. That is more of me just being impatient, and people complain about acrylics drying too quickly. I think they don't dry fast enough. I like them to dry quickly. If I touch it really quickly, any water or moisture that's in there comes up, so I can immediately do another layer. touch it, do another layer. Or if I'm wanting to make something gradated, let's say this part is kind of grayish. I'll show it closer up because I don't know if you can see on this. Let's find a generic area here. This is kind of gray. If I want to put one piece of paint there and kind of make it look like it's fading into it, I just use my thumb. And now it looks smoother. Looks more like it's a fade. And if I want to put another line there, now it starts to look three-dimensional. A little circle, a little drop of water. You know, it starts to look like stuff because I am literally smooshing it around. And if I don't like it, I can just keep rubbing at it until it more or less goes away. Which is one of the things I like about acrylic paints. But I don't know if other people do that. I mean, obviously you learn, or I didn't go to preschool, but some people learn things like finger painting in preschool. And I think that just kind of never went away. And it works. I will stress the fact that I use non-toxic paints. There are a lot of paints out there. If you use oil paints and stuff, some of them might be poisonous. They might have lead in them. They might have cobalt dryer, or you might have poisonous stuff in there, and you don't want to put it on your skin. You don't want to put it in your mouth. You see me put my brush in my mouth all the time because I'm just I have a tick like that. But all of the paints I use are the AP non-toxic paints, so they conform to ASTMD. So they are, even if who knows if they're actually a little poisonous, but they are close enough, except maybe in the state of California, to not being poisonous. It's not like made out of mercury or lead or something. You can, I know people use these even for like face painting and stuff. So, but you'd want to make sure it's a paint that you don't have problems with interacting with your skin. You might be allergic to it. Just don't use me as an example. Oh, no, I was saying that some types of paints are very poisonous, so you wouldn't want to put them on your skin. Like cobalt dryer and stuff like that. Some oil paints you don't want to, if you have a cut in your hand or something, you don't want to get that in there. But these are just plasticky acrylics that are cheap. And
April says, thank you for answering the question about hands and feet.
Sure, yeah. I can always do one where we just... That might be boring for some people. I could just do one that talks about paint and hands.
Oh, Black Widow's mentor uses old master techniques.
Oh, excellent!
Teaches her to use her fingers.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe people have always done that, and we don't.
I love that. I love it because to me, I think about it. It's more intimate.
It is. I've certainly touched. If you wanted to do the forensics on this, I mean, first of all, I put my brush in my mouth. There's probably saliva all over it, and then there's.
That's what we talk about is forensics.
Fingerprints, yeah. No, I don't mean like crime forensics. I just mean if you're gonna like after I'm dead, they want to prove I painted it. It's got my fingerprints all over. Murder. Maybe. Wouldn't that be great?
I don't know.
If it does, it feels like we set it up now because we were talking about it like while I was working on it. But also too, I use my fingers to paint a lot when I'm painting flesh more than anything else, and I think it's because it doesn't leave fiber marks. Sometimes there are some styles of painting that looks really great. You see a lot of impasto and big bristly brush marks and stuff like that. Mine, I kind of do a lot smoother, a lot thin layers, etc. So when I paint flesh, I like it to be very soft. So if you use the finger to paint something, it's going to have a very smooth sort of texture. If I touch that, I can't tell the difference between touching this and touching like a plain piece of wood.
I think my favorite museum pieces tend to...
More impasto?
No.
Oh.
They're smooth, but I do like.
Oh no, I like Van Goghs and things like that where you see it. And
certainly.
It's got huge masses of oil paint just like dripping on, and there's like
as I look
grasshopper stuck in it.
It's true. There is one.
There is one with a grasshopper stuck in it.
Yeah, we saw it. It was on tour.
It was visiting the Nelson Atkins Gallery in Kansas City. I saw it. Yeah.
As I see more and more pieces, I think I've become more fond of portraiture. That is not. It tends to be older than the Impressionists and smoother, and
like Victorian era things, like the Pre-Raphaelites we're looking at.
Mm-hmm. I like a lot of smooth pieces, but sometimes I am impressed when I think something is smooth. Mm-hmm. And I haven't seen the piece yet, and I've only seen reproductions, and I go see it, and I'm like, hey, that was a bit more rough.
Yeah,
than I thought.
I often, maybe it's because it's different than how I paint, but when I see pieces in person and like palette knife painting, I think, is really cool. When you see it, and it's actually done with the palette knife, the little trowel thing.
That's a skill that you probably haven't.
I have nothing to do.
That,
I sure have. I used to do the Bob Ross videos when I was a teenager, so I did that. It was for landscapes and mountains and reflecting trees and stuff like that.
I remember my niece Jessie followed along with the Bob Ross one, and I was actually very impressed at the time. I was like, oh, she followed. Yeah. That was before he passed away, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's buried here in Florida. I have not been to his tomb, but Bob Ross is buried here in Orlando somewhere.
Box back real quick.
What box?
The special box we keep some.
Oh, scheisse. Yeah, be careful. Oh, birdies. I hear you, birdies.
Oh, and I'm wondering, it's getting lighter out. Should I?
It's getting lighter out?
No, it stays lighter out as time goes by.
Oh, because
I should pull the seeds down after Twitch.
Did you already pull them down?
I haven't, no.
Oh.
We still have tons of light.
Well, that's
only 4:48
then
here.
don't pull it down.
And what I'm thinking is maybe after Twitch.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe. Just play it by ear. I mean, it's going to be, when's daylight savings time start?
I don't know. Does anyone know when daylight savings is? That's the American way to say it. What do they say in
British summertime?
British summertime.
We don't call it that in America. No.
British summertime has never happened, actually. I've never seen the summer.
Oh, there's that one time it was like 65, but that was like in February.
No. Hey, Shaylee. Nice to see you.
Yeah, British summertime. There we go. Now, I've kind of taken the lighter part and I put that closer to her face because the darker part of her hair is going to kind of be waving into the background, kind of emerging from the darkness. So now that I have kind of put some light bits and I've put some dark bits, I've taken some of that Van Dyke Brown and Payne's Gray and made some shadows, and it's starting to look like her hair is kind of shiny. The part of her hair, of course, is darker. I used some of that same blue, gray, green that I used to make the darker bits in the trees behind her. It's kind of bled into her hair there, so she's going to look very much like she's coming out of the forest, or backing into the forest, maybe. We're not sure. She's a mystery lady. But now that I've put those layers on there, and I want to make sure that those are going to show through. So when I'm trying out different types of red hair, as we were talking about earlier, if it's going to be more of a red or orange or auburn, I will be going on top of this with a lot of water. So you'll be able to see those dark lines that I put in your hair. You'll be able to see the shadows I put down here. And you'll be able to see the light bits. All that work will
not go to waste.
Yeah, that doesn't get covered up. I will probably go over it again once I've put the red in. That'll probably be at the end when I'm doing final highlighting touches and stuff. But that you will see why the underpainting is important after I do the first layer. Much like with the
See, I wouldn't even think about that. If I wouldn't have known you, I wouldn't think about something like an underpainting.
Oh, well, that's kind of when people say old masters, like you're doing a Verdaccio or
underpainting,
a Grisaille.
I mean, that's a
Yeah, to be fair, not everybody does that with acrylics. A lot of acrylics people do kind of alla prima, where you do it all in one go, and you can put it next to each other, and you can do a very good job with that. I just kind of have the old-fashionedness in me where I want to do a Grisaille, which would be the gray version, and a Verdaccio if it's a green version. I guess it depends if you're French, Italian, gray, green. And then you put the colors on top. I like working that way. I don't always work that way when I'm doing something as a one-off, maybe a Faces of Fairy or Tiny Treasure or something. But a complicated painting, that is something I want to make prints of, and I want to do, it's going to be in a magazine and stuff. I want to make sure that there's a lot of attention to detail. Yeah.
You just gave me an idea for a really yummy Indian/Italian fusion.
What's that?
Alu Primavera.
Alu, like Alutica, but Alu Primavera.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that. Tiger's Kitten says,
oh, dear me.
The first year of art in high school, our teacher warned us about ingesting any art item, like paint.
Yes, paint.
I trained myself not to touch my face while working with art products, just in case.
Yes, and that is why I get the ones that are approved for children, that are approved for kindergartners, even can use them, because if you eat it, you won't get sick. But a lot of paints you cannot eat. Some paints you can't even let it stay on your fingernail for too long because it can give you leukemia or something. So you do want to be careful of that. And so don't assume that the paints you're using are safe. You can always, they'll have what sort of OSHA standards that they conform to should be, if you buy it in America, it should be written on the side of as far as the contents. If it's oil paints, just
Jasmine's
don't.
Paintings are very, very safe. once you receive them.
Yeah, once you they're safe at pretty much any point. And I only use water to mix these with. If you were using oil paints, you might be using turpentine or paint
all the products we do. We have to sign special things with Disney even.
What's that, baby?
Disney even has a special.
Oh yeah,
regulations.
Yeah, they have. I have to fill out different conflict mineral forms, and I have a lot of chemical things I have to prove to the state of California when I do things to Disney to supply them with my artwork. So it is something I am very conscious of.
So Jasmine,
California is very picky about that, and they probably should be. Yeah.
The 9th going into the 10th of March.
9th through the 10th. Yeah, I will be there, and I'll be there at the 8th and the 9th for sure. Am I reading that wrong? Or not reading it, remembering it wrong? You said
no,
the 10th.
You're right.
Okay, well, what are you saying? What's happening?
We're talking about daylight savings.
Oh, daylight savings. Okay, well, I don't know what you're talking about.
I said the 9th going to the 10th will be daylight savings time.
Okay, I thought you said we're in California. I heard you wrong.
No.
Okay.
That's okay. That's very close to that time.
Yeah, I thought that's why you were saying it.
Shaylee says that she has terrible signal today.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
But she totally managed to get here, and the painting is looking lovely.
Thank you. So far, so good. Now that my acrylics do dry pretty quickly, but I'm going to let this dry for a second while I make a bathroom break and also get some of this paint on my fingers. Since I'm going to be putting transparent red and orange and brown tones, I do want to have a bunch of kind of pinks, gray, purple, and bluish white tones on my hands. So I'm going to wash my hands, go to the bathroom, and I will be right back. And Matt will regale you with tales of seafaring or
tales
something. I don't know.
Tales from the crypt. I said tales from the crypt.
Oh, yeah.
But you said regale with me with tales from the sea? Let's see, tales from the sea. Do I have any good ones? No, but has anyone here been on a cruise and seen a bunch of flying fish? It's like the weirdest thing ever. Imagine a big cruise ship just cutting through the water, and these little tiny fish are just flying away from it. And they do actually fly for a little bit. They have their tiny little fins. They hop out of the water and they flap, 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 flap. And I don't know how far they can go, maybe 20 feet or something. But it's a really, really neat sight to see. Has anyone seen anything like that? Yes, Dory has. It is really cool. Let's see, other seafaring things. Did you know that it's very... oh, cool, you saw it too, Vix Allen. It's very good luck to see dolphins dance around. You've never been on a boat or a ferry? You've never done a lot of things, Layla. You often say that. I haven't eaten this, I haven't eaten that, I haven't been on a boat. But you come to see us? That's something. But go on a boat if you can. Boats are cool. Next time you're in Whitby, you should go out on the sea for, I don't know, they're only out there for a half hour. It's a lot of fun. You'd like it. We got splashed upon. I paddled down Turkey Creek here in Melbourne, Florida, a long time, and you saw flying fish? Or did you see... Have I rowed a boat? Yeah. Yeah, canoes, kayaks, rowboats. Yeah, I've done all that. I haven't done whitewater rafting, but I'd love to. Sometimes, Layla, the best life to live is within the mind. Fish are flying into the boat and it was pitch dark. Ooh, they're flying into the boat, the poor little things. I've seen dolphins, but not flying fish. I get seasick on Lake Windermere in the Lake District. Does a pedalo count? Is that a pedal boat? I did once. Some creepy crab tried to give me... Ah ha ha. Did he sound like this? You're shy, Layla? I wouldn't guess it. Rafting is so much fun. I want to do it. I want to do all those sorts of things. The problem is I don't have a lot of people around me that want to. I want to raft. I want to jump out of planes. I want to bungee jump. I want to do all sorts of things. But the smarter people around me just don't want to do things like that. Dolphins are wonderful. I don't like to fish. I'm afraid I might hurt the fish. I probably said it enough on here. I'm a vegetarian. I don't want to hurt fish, so I don't do it because there's a chance I might hurt them. But I don't really have a problem with other people fishing. I know that there's a catch and release thing, and you could fish that way, but I prefer not to. I understand how it would be relaxing sitting in a boat. Paddleboarding looks cool. I still haven't done that either. When you're in London, you can go to Lee Valley Park. They have a rafting course you can do. Really? Might have to check that out. I might want to bundle up, though. You get seasick in a bath. I enjoy kayaking, hoping to see some manatee when I go later this year. Oh, I hope you do, too. Oh, you're... Okay, TWNZ, you need to tell me about how your skydiving went. I really want to hear that. Oh, yeah, I was talking about different things that I guess are... Yeah, thrilly things, but it's just an experience, too. I also want to go on a hot air balloon.
Oh, I would go.
Yeah, some of those things you want to do with me, and you want to go on a little zip line with me.
I'd like to go. I mean, I wanted to in Africa.
I'd love to go hang gliding. Jasmine and I did do parasailing. That's a lot of fun. They have whitewater rafting in Cardiff. I've watched enough of Torchwood to know that I probably wouldn't want to go water rafting in Cardiff.
I don't know how accurate.
Skydiving is a blast. I'm terrified of heights, but was able to do it. Good for you, Kay Harmon.
I'm terrified of heights as well. I don't know how well I do at skydiving, but
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm not scared of
heights,
but
parasailing, and that's pretty high up. That's like
sometimes when I'm at the edge of a very tall thing, I'm like, whoa, this is kind of scary.
Well, sometimes it makes sense to me. I mean, I've been in some pretty freaky places way up high before, but it's not.
What does Jasmine use to draw the painting before she paints it?
I paint it. I always paint it. Yeah.
Paint.
If it looks like a sketch, it's actually a very skinny little brush.
Yeah, bioluminescence kayaking.
What?
Okay, April, enlighten me.
What's that mean?
Bioluminescence kayaking.
Do you go to places? Is it like when those little the bioluminescences come like when the little dots all show up and it looks like the stars in the sky and it's in the ocean? It's it's like tiny phytoplankton, and you can go kayaking around them at nighttime. If it's not, that should be a thing. But yeah, if you look at my sketches I do, they're not actually sketches with pencil. Sometimes I will, but usually I don't. I don't like to put pencil on whatever I'm going to paint on. I do have a mechanical pencil. Oh god, it's covered with paint. But if it's something really specific, like let's say it's a company and I need to have the logo or I need to make a perfect circle or a really straight line, I will sometimes, if I have to make it specific, I'll do like carbon paper or I'll get like a ruler or a circle and draw around it. But usually instead of using pencil, because pencils get kind of, I don't know, not grubby, but kind of grubby. That gray stuff, that graphite that gets on everything, I don't really like having that mixed with water and mixed with the paint. So I use a script liner brush, which is not a brand, that's just a style of brush. It's basically just like, I don't know, maybe 15 tiny bristle hairs. This is a size 0 script liner brush, and lots of brands make them. I get the Royal brand ones that are Golden Taklon. Golden Taklon isn't a brand either. It's a word for fake bristles. By fake, I mean they're man-made. It's not animals. There are probably better ones that are made of squirrels, but again, as we talk about animals a lot, I don't like to use them up for my brushes because I run through these brushes like crazy, and I would feel bad if I I went through 3 squirrels on this painting. I don't want to do that. No judgment, but I'm not gonna do that. So I get the plasticky ones that are made out of fake fibers, and they're only $1.99. So
they have
but they're very, very pointy, and they're good for sketching. Yeah.
Crispy Critter wants to do hot air ballooning.
Yeah,
afraid of heights. We have a lot of hot air ballooning around
here. They come over. I mean, they've almost hit our garage before. They come here in Central Florida.
They brush our trees.
Yeah, they've hit our trees here in our backyard. So they come right here.
Jasmine.
And it looks fun. Our cats are afraid of them, though. Yeah.
Okay. April says.
Yeah.
It's a rafting tour.
Yeah.
In Titusville/Cocoa.
Here in Florida.
Very close.
Okay. Yeah.
They have clear kayaks.
Oh, okay.
And as soon as you paddle, the water lights up around you from beneath, from the sea life.
It really is. It is the phytoplanktons. Yes, it's the phytoplanktons, and it makes blooms. It only happens sometimes.
That does sound like Ariel and Prince Eric.
Yes. It actually, in a life aquatic, I guess those are tiny jellyfish in that one, but there are a few places in the world that happens, and I have heard that happens in Florida, and I have never seen it, and that sounds amazing, and I would love to do that.
Jasmine is,
it's close
Ian
by.
wants to know if painting with live squirrels would be cruelty-free.
It depends if the squirrel was kind of a bastard or not. No.
Jasmine.
Sorry. But no,
She said mustard.
Know. Oh, I did say mustard.
That doesn't make any sense, but she did. She said mustard.
No, if the squirrel was fine with it, I mean, that's his
We know a squirrel...
as long as the squirrel was over 18, that would be fine. No. I don't know. I think squirrels would probably be very wiggly. I've seen people have their cats paint before. I think everybody's probably seen this on YouTube.
Jasmine.
Cats that paint, yeah.
Dick Allen says, my local art shop was having a big sale.
Oh.
What were the brushes you were on the lookout for?
Oh, okay.
That they were stopping doing.
The ones they have stopped making are actually these ones right here. They are and these are a lot of words, they are the Royal, Royal, like royalty. Langnickel, Langnickel is the brand. The fiber is Golden Taklon, Taklon, and it is specifically the soft grip is what they're getting rid of, because now they make them and they are this horrible wood that has bad paint. I mean, I use them once and part of the brush falls off every time. Like once, I mean one day, and they are gone. Taklon, and they are size 0, and they are a script liner. So that is a lot of words, but it's easy to find some that are missing one of those words. It's like, oh yeah, I can get the wooden ones that are not soft grip, that are not clear, that are not this, not that, or they're the size 1, or the size 0/110, or the 0/20, and there's a lot of different types, but these are the best brushes ever, and why did they stop making them? If they kept making them, I would buy all of them. I mean, I would keep them in business. I buy these, and I buy them a gross at a time. It grosses 144 of them at once, and I go through them like nothing.
You know what's another gross that they stopped making?
What?
Your Canfields. That was gross.
They were gross.
And they stopped making them.
They did. Everything I love goes away. In the end.
Canfield's chocolate...
Canfield. There's a lot of words in that one.
Diet Canfield's chocolate peanut or something?
Canfield's Diet Chocolate Peanut Fudge Soda. They stopped making it... It was probably poisonous. It was probably like way more poisonous than paints are. And I don't like a lot of sodas, and that was my jam. That was so good. And they don't make it anymore. You can get chocolate covered cherry Diet Canfield. You can get Diet Chocolate Fudge Canfield. They still make them, but it's the Diet Chocolate Peanut Fudge Canfield soda.
Okay, we got raffle to draw.
All right,
5 o'clock raffle.
And then I'll start doing the red hair. Yay! Because this will be fun, because I'll show how the poppies are different than the hair, and this is how I have fun. Okay, so this is for the Nightmare Before Christmas one?
Yeah.
Don't know where I put the journal. It's probably under the other journal.
What are you doing?
Is that Gamer being bad? Oh, you don't get to be on the TV, Gamer.
Alicia Smith.
Oh, yay! Congratulations, Alicia!
You came and saw us at Epcot also.
Yes, my gosh. Wait, the good people are winning. No, it is random. It really is random.
I think it's just because, honestly, the good people just come here.
The good people are here at Touch. That's what it is. But congratulations.
And that just means that she lives in Florida.
Yes, and I will autograph
when she comes and sees us in the UK or in Asia or something, then she'll be extra good.
That would be amazing. Congratulations. And I will autograph this for you. And you can frame it and use it as a print, or you can keep it, or you can put it on eBay, because you want it and it's yours.
And they live down south of us.
And you don't even give away people's doc stuff, but yeah. Okay, now that I have gotten the light bits of her hair and the dark bits, and I've also done a very nice kind of fade, like an ombre thing into the background here, And at the top, I've got a Ritson, got the light bits there. I'm going to put some colors on here, and you'll start to see how this is going to come alive. Yeah.
Kate Harmon's asking if at the Legends Mall have we checked out the soda shop there?
The soda shop?
They have weird soda flavors.
No, I haven't. I wonder if it's like how Rocket Fizz is.
It might be like Rocket Fizz.
Well, we should, when we're at the Ren Fair, we should hop over there and check it out. Because for those who don't know, Legends is like a big shopping area in Bonner Springs, or is it in Kansas City? It's in Kansas City, Kansas. Right outside the Ren Fair.
Mm-hmm. Near the racetrack.
Yeah, it's by where the racetrack and the
baseball place.
Oh God, is it baseball or is it
furniture
soccer?
Store, a Nebraska Furniture Mart.
Yeah.
Oh, Jasmine, remember that fun place we stayed at?
Yeah, the Avalon. Yeah, the Avalon.
Now, not to be confused.
Very different with the other Avalon we talked about earlier. It's one of those fun little cozy hotel places. Yeah, it's adorable.
I will recommend it if anybody wants a cute little romantic place to stay.
And it's not expensive, and it's like right by the Ren Fair.
It's relatively not. If
you're coming to the Ren Fair, it's a cute place to stay.
Yes.
Yeah.
We stayed in one that had, my gosh, it
had
like
2 stories high, and
spiral staircase.
Yeah, it was fancy. It's like one of those sort of romance hotel things, and
yes.
And they had room service, and they had vegetarian options, and they bring you a bottle of wine. It was great. The
bottle of wine, and Jasmine and I just hung out all day.
I watched movies all day.
We watched Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah.
And
we watched a bunch of movies.
We watched a bunch of movies.
We watched Vertigo.
Probably. Well, the thing is, I would watch movies and I would fall asleep and I would watch some movies. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we watched them. We
walked to Yard House?
Yard House is by there. And the reason you wouldn't think, oh, Yard House, it's kind of like a chain restaurant, but Yard House has like the best vegetarian options of any chain restaurant ever. You can do fake meat like on everything. They have 3 types of vegetarian buffalo wings there. I mean, it's crazy. Anyways, not to make a advert for my hometown here, but or one of my many hometowns, but I am going to start putting some color on her hair. So right now it looks like, obviously it kind of looks like like I was saying, a black and white photo. It's kind of gray, and the light bits are not super light, the dark bits aren't super dark, but it has that tonality that is having kind of a fade from one color to another, and it's looking very 3-dimensional. So I'm going to, and it might not seem like red at first because this is kind of more of a gold. In fact, it says gold on it. And this is the one I always start to say wrong. Quinacridone nickel azo gold.
No one knows how to say that.
I don't know.
Why would they just? Why
I don't know,
cool names like
I'm not particularly
and stuff like that.
Okay, you know the fun ones are the ones that people use for like doing little fantasy miniatures, like Warhammer 40K or like Dungeons and Dragons, like the little guys. Those are great. They're like, here is Goblin Green, and here is Brain Matter Gray, and those have great names. But yeah, these I think are the golden fluid acrylics. I think are meant to approximate the hues of different historical oil paints, which sounds
Citadel
boring,
paint.
but
April
Citadels, yeah, Citadels.
Yeah,
those are great. They have good names. Whoever does their marketing is wonderful. But
yes.
If there was ever a paint company that wanted me to make my paints and brand them with my name,
listen up, Jasmine.
Listen, paint companies, I would like to come up with my line of paint colors that don't exist.
I would love Jasmine to have her own line of paints.
You know how many of my own paints I make? Oh my God, these are all ones I have made, and they're all.
You could oversee it all.
You cannot buy these. They are good paints. These are most of the colors I make, and they're made out of these. And they could be vegetarian friendly, so if anybody wants to license me,
and if
I do it for free. If you can make my brushes too, I will do this for free. I will cook food for you. I won't even ask for money. But anyways, that's quinacridone nickel azo gold, and then I'm going to get a few other things that are kind of in the warm family of colors. We've got I don't even know what quinacridone is. It's some sort of chemical composite that is used in paints. Here's magenta. I'm gonna bet that. Yeah.
Can you say hi to Alex and Ben?
Oh, hi, Alex and Ben.
They make
howdy.
Hey, Alex and Ben. I hope to see you guys at Tintagel.
Oh yes, that would be wonderful. Yay! I'm excited about Tintagel. I know I've got shows before then, but
I hope Shaylee's giving you wine right now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll pretend to drink it while I'm painting. If only I had my wine glasses that were given away the next prize. Is it the next prize? Oh.
It is.
Oh. So I've got magenta, I've got quinacridone nickel azo gold. I'm actually going to get a bit more of the dioxazine purple, which doesn't sound like that would be a warm color, but if I use that for the cool shades when I'm doing the hair, that will be kind of a red color that has a bit of the blue, which will pick up kind of the blue-green sort of swathe of greenery that's around her. Also,
what you thinking?
Matt's gonna I was thinking about getting a more bright yellow in addition to the nickel azo gold. You could probably guess it's Hansa yellow medium. See, I would tell people what colors are important, man. If I had like a Bob Ross line of like Strangeling paints, that'd be awesome.
Necronomicon.
Yeah. What?
I don't know. That Nintendo guy just says Necronomicon.
I'm sorry. I'm literally listening to a H.P. Lovecraft biography right now on my audiobook, so that just kind of
basically sad life then.
Oh, he was a jerk though. I love his works, but he was a terrible person.
Don't confuse the art.
Don't ever confuse the art with the artist. He's an awful, awful person. Yeah.
Artists are not always wonderful people.
No. It's like the first part was talking about how he loved cats, and they said the name of his first cat, and I'm like, oh my God, what a terrible person.
Bye, Jasmine. Have a good night.
Oh, good night.
Will there be another painting in the Ninja Dragonling series? Yes, Tigger.
There will be one more.
Oh, her paint name reminded him of Necronomicon.
Oh, which one? The nickel.
Quinacridone?
Quinacridone. That does have a Lovecraftian sort of feel to it.
Quinacridone
nickel
brain jars.
Yes. Exactly. Now I need a little bit more Van Dyke Brown too. Van Dyke Brown. That'll be
so we've got Sansa Stark yellow. And Dick Van Dyke Brown.
Sansa yellow and yes.
See, I'd name them.
See, it's like people you'd see at a convention, like at D23 maybe, but I guess Sansa Stark wouldn't be there. Except wait, she was in something Disney, wasn't she? Maybe not.
She She is in X-Men.
Yeah,
she plays Jean Grey. She'll be the Phoenix.
Sure.
I think Disney. Disney's on. I'm not sure how they own those Marvel properties.
They own those.
I know, but it's weird.
The confusing things with Disney. I am not a lawyer. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Walt Disney Company. I'm just talking as a person here, a civilian. I think that the main issues of things that you run into of Disney and Marvel are theme park based because of the fact that east of the Mississippi, I think is how it's termed on their contracts, Universal had the Marvel Superhero Island, which was a theme park here in Florida. And then Disney gets Marvel, but they don't get to do.
They say Fox still owns that
things.
Fox still owns the X-Men.
Disney bought
that thing.
Didn't they?
I have no idea.
Didn't Disney also very recently buy the Fox IP for those? But
maybe.
I don't know. I am not a lawyer. I look at this stuff as like just a weird person who sometimes dabbles in that sort of stuff, but I don't know, man. There's probably a lot of lawyers somewhere getting rich off of it somewhere. So I'm taking some of that Vant Orange and I'm mixing it with water. When I often hold my I don't know if you can see, I hold my palette. I kind of hold it at an angle because I put a lot of water in it. But I have to be careful at how I hold it because if I put water that kind of goes under the sponge. Again, I'll show you guys. I've got a sponge here. It's like a yellow sponge I've cut into a circle. It came in a big rectangle. I keep that sponge soaked with water, and I have a piece of palette paper. I've cut it into a circle, and it's the same circle. This plate, I have been using this plate forever. This plate is actually even cracked. Look at that. Look at this horrible plastic plate.
Oh, jammy.
Isn't that awful? Well, somebody put a kind of shame, and again, I'm not picking on you if you're out there. On Instagram, somebody put kind of a shaming thing like, why are you using plastic plates? That's bad for the environment. I'm like, I've had this plate for like 240 days. I've been using this plastic plate over and over again. I am not doing anything bad. I'm using a sponge and a piece of paper. I'm reusing my plates. Not to mention,
I had
you're
to
not complaining that somebody
blue
complained at
plates.
McDonald's, you know? Yeah. Anyways, I have water at the bottom of it, so I don't always have to move my hand way over here to get some water from my water cup. So I kind of keep water down at the bottom where there's, like, if you held like a plastic plate, there's like a little, I don't know if you can see it, it's like a little lake almost. So I have water right here. I'm going to mix that with a bit of the The Sansa Stark Yellow. No, that'd be a Citadel name for it.
That would
they
be,
had the
that'd
Game
be
of
better
Thrones.
If it was Sansa Stark Red.
Hey, yeah, it's true. No, it's Sansa Yellow Medium. And then I am using... Actually, Sansa Stark would be a good example of the sort of red hair I'm going for here.
Oh, there you go. We could
That's
also call Han Solo.
I'd say it's more Amy Adams. Huh?
Han Solo.
That's true. But I'm also putting
the unattractive actresses.
Oh, yes. All those ugly redheaded actresses you don't love, Mandy. Okay.
Amy Adams is naturally redhead, right?
Yeah, I think so. If she isn't, she pulls it off really well.
And I know Nicole Kidman is.
Yeah.
As Ian and I know.
Too. Yeah, all you guys know that. No, I like Nicole Kidman.
I vote for the Sansa Stark Yellow name change.
Yeah, see, we're slowly building a brand here. I should do a Kickstarter. It's like the Strangeling paint line. And I'll create these different paints that are named with my brand.
Next time I see George R. R. Martin haunting the halls of a con.
We have met him before at conventions. He was not even at. Yes. We saw him at Spectrum, but he wasn't there for Spectrum. He was at a convention across the street and just happened to come over to Spectrum because it was across the street at the same time. And he was just like walking around. I was like, ah. And he went to Annie Stegg Gerard's booth, and she had some like Daenerys art and got a picture with him.
It was really cool.
Oh, that's so cool. That is awesome. Anyways, I've taken some of that yellow and red and a bit of the magenta, and I'm putting it on here. I'm just putting little bits at first. And this is part of my finger painting technique, which makes me, again, sound like a 3-year-old, but whatever.
Jasmine, what are the finger paints that children use? What sort of paint is that?
Those actually,
I love how they smell.
A lot of them are tempera paints, but
is that the one that I like the smell of?
I don't know, baby. I never got finger paints. That's what I mean. I didn't go to a
parents out there that want artists for children, deprive them finger paints for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, hide the world from them so they're curious. No, I didn't go to preschool or anything. Jeez, I barely went to high school.
So Black Widow says, I'm totally going to the studio tomorrow. When I prep my palette, I'm going to totally say that loud enough for someone to hear me when I'm looking for my yellows. Where is my Sansa Stark Yellow?
Yeah, where
gotta
is
say it like that, too.
See, people want that. People want Sansa Stark Yellow. Again, though, you're right. If I was going to make a Sansa Stark color, it'd be this almost exact color I'm making, like this lovely copper, gold, orangey, red, magenta color. This is quite nice. I'm liking it so far.
I'm happy we have another. We have over an hour and a half to watch you paint pretty hair.
Oh, yeah, you sure do.
We can see the red. Everyone's excited about the red.
Yeah, no, it's fun. That's kind of why I wanted to make sure I got enough done on the underpainting before I started putting this on Twitch, because I think it's more fun if you're watching it as a viewer to see the colors added than to build up a layer of background, or sketching. When I sketch, it's very confusing because I'm turning it upside down and putting smudgy things everywhere, but this is looking pretty cute.
As mayor of Twitch, I officially named this Red Hair Appreciation Day.
Yay!
As mayor of Twitch, you get paid nothing.
I was going to say, I bet that's a high-paying job. But what I want to do, after I put a layer of this, I'm going to put a layer of color on the poppies and the flowers in her hair, so I make sure it doesn't look like it's either too similar or that it clashes. Sometimes, they're like, oh, don't put pink next to people with red hair. It looks like it clashes. Sometimes it looks fantastic. So you have to look at it and see how it's going to look. Or I have to.
Jasmine.
Mm-hmm.
Kieran wants to know if you fancy doing another little short interview in Tintagel.
Oh, sure. I'd be happy to.
Oh, Shaylee's very happy about the red hair.
Yay!
Because Shaylee's got
red
hair.
bet she is. Oh, okay. That's fine.
I think Shaylee's hair just very, very dark brown, or is it black?
I thought it was more of a sunset. But to be fair, she likes orange.
She does love orange.
Her website theme is even orange. I saw it.
Orange.
And her wall in her studio is orange. So it's actually. I don't know if you saw the wall in her studio. It's the same color as my studio in Kansas is. The exact same wall color. I think it was called curried pumpkin when we bought it, but which is a good name. See, a lot of the house paint companies are like, oh, I don't know, if you're at Home Depot, you're like looking at paint names, curried pumpkin is a great name. But no, not with these.
It's delicious too.
Paintings. I like curried pumpkin. They certainly have a lot of pumpkin in India. Remember we went to that candy store in India, Maddie, and all it was candy made out of pumpkins, the whole store? They were all different flavors, but they were all made out of pumpkin. Sinji took us there?
Yes.
That was insane.
He took me there. I had 3 pieces. I went to a sugar coma, and then he ate the rest of them.
Yeah, and then he's like, let's get another 2 pounds of this. I'm like, okay. And he's like, no, I got more for everybody. I'm like,
to be fair, enough for 12 people cost like 30 cents.
It didn't cost a lot of money, but can you imagine a whole candy store that everything is made out of candied pumpkin? Which is about the consistency of like a gummy bear or like a gumdrop or something.
It was very,
wow.
Very...
It was a very
gelatinous.
It was it probably wasn't gelatinous because it was India, but it was
it wasn't gelatin.
No,
but it was
I mean it was very much like a giant a gumdrop or something.
Yeah.
But made out of pumpkin, which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
In fact, they had us try it. Cindy took us there, and he said, guess what this is? And we were trying to guess, and we're like, what is this? It's candy. I know it's vegetarian because you're a vegetarian and everything, but what is this? And he's like, it's pumpkin, and they make candy out of it. And I'm like, wow, that is just bizarre. And it didn't taste like pumpkin at all. It tasted like a inside of a jelly bean or something, because it was all different flavors. They had like coconut and lime and orange and
very good, Sinji. Let's go eat some naan.
Yeah. Oh, well, Sinji's awesome.
He was great.
He's our grandpa who lives in India. So we love Sinji.
Yes, he's great. And I love the Jaipur puppets.
Yeah, you too. Yeah.
I'm like a band.
The Jaipur puppets. Yeah.
Well, which one of the restaurants we go to has the Jaipur puppets all over it in London? Because it's Indian.
Oh, it's a masala zone.
Masala zone.
Hey, actually, yeah, they're actually they're actually Rajasthani puppets. If that's what you're thinking, they are. I'm trying to think which one that. It's not the one by Covent Garden, but it's one that's right by there. It's like off Carnaby Street, kind of.
We ate there after a show.
Yeah,
we've eaten there.
Yeah, I've been there many. I've only been to that one. Maybe a couple times. It's a chain, kind of. It's a small chain, family chain in London called Masala Zone, and they do have different themes. One of them has all the Bollywood posters. One of them has the puppets, the Rajasthani puppets, and that's the one Matt's thinking of, I think. And I think it's somewhere over. It's not far from Covent Garden. It's not the Covent Garden one, but it's one by it, which I think is the Carnaby Street one. Not the Camden one. I've been to the Camden one many times, but
I'll go to any of them.
Yeah, they're great.
What's the one that has a crazy line? Hard to get into.
You're thinking of Dishoom.
Dishoom is
good too, Dishoom. I've told you
that wasn't bad.
They have opened 2 more Dishooms though.
Good.
Yeah, one of them is next to the green store in by King's Cross. Where you get out of when you get out of the train station, it's like right there.
Okay,
it's
that's a funny place for a restaurant, anyhow.
Well, to be fair, we've been there for brunch before, like at the grain store that's at King's Cross. Yeah, remember, we went out and we're like, "Hey, you just have to walk by here." It's where they're doing the Boxcar Children.
Do we have any London people that specifically lived in London here in the room?
I don't know. We might do.
I know we have a lot of people visit.
We tend to do more provincial shows when we're in England, but
yeah, I had a good time at the book fair. The London Book Fair.
Oh, London Book Fair is awesome.
I learned a lot about the business.
Yeah.
And how people in
sad things about how book covers aren't paintings anymore.
Well, that's true. People, yeah.
But, no book covers are paintings. They used to all be paintings. It was great.
They're still a bit more traditional as far as publishing goes.
Oh, in England? Yeah, that's true. That's why my sister's agent is, my sister Amber Logan is an author, and her agent is in London.
But yeah, so that's
even American
might be a good
authors.
Place to go.
So it's a place to do stuff. Yeah. Also, she can stay in my flat when she's there.
Woohoo! I'm sure she hates that.
Yeah. I mean,
so Vix Allen lives 30 minutes trains away. Though that's
a good place to be. Yeah, my gosh.
Jasmine and I sometimes we look it up places that are like around that 30 minutes
We have a studio
outside.
in London now, but we have to rent it out most of the time. We're not there to even cover the expenses of it. So we're trying to think about getting a place that I can leave stuff out more, because right now I have to pack everything away and stuff, so it makes it harder.
We'll get there.
Yeah. Should make it a Kickstarter.
That'd be weird. Or we'd have like people.
I've seen people do weird things. I know. GoFundMe's. GoFundMe's are weird. Sometimes they're like, "Hey, I want to meet my boyfriend who lives in Montana. I'm gonna make a GoFundMe to get a plane ticket." I mean,
that's funny. That's like they make fun of that on Portlandia.
Oh, well, that's probably why they do, because
sometimes
people do that. No, there are a lot of very legitimate ones. I fund a lot of them, actually. I like funding things, but it's sometimes it's like, really? It's just, I mean, I'll give you money for your kitty cat who needs an operation, but I don't know about meeting your boyfriend you've never met before in Montana and you're like 15 or something, but okay. Sorry, I don't mean to point fingers. That was somebody who asked me recently, so good luck.
Good luck. I hope you find your
boyfriend. Good luck.
Find
love. I mean, Cupid smile.
Love will find a way.
Yeah, love will find a way.
Love doesn't need something like GoFundMe. Love finds a way. It's a song.
Yeah. Does it talk about GoFundMe?
I don't know. It's by one of those horrible hair bands in the 80s.
So it probably doesn't talk about GoFundMe.
It doesn't talk about GoFundMe. Right. It should go fund itself, though.
Oh, yeah. Go fund yourself. Oh, I need to use that. Go fund yourself. Okay, I'll show you what I've done so far, other than making my fingers red. I've gone over some of the lighter areas of her hair, and it is looking pretty good. You can tell how parts of it obviously are still darker, and some of them are still lighter because I've done the underpainting. That's a bit red there, but if you look, for example, under her chin, that's still quite dark, but in this part here is quite light colored. I haven't put it here yet because I want to make sure that it looks like the green part of the forest is coming out over her head, kinda. So I will probably have a bit of a green influence coming up. When you're going with green and orange, like green and copper, it almost is going to have like a patina sort of look. And that in itself will make kind of a natural feel, especially if I start adding onto the silvery helmet some sort of patina sort of stuff. So you've got that weird kind of bluish green that sometimes goes with the rusty part of metal, etc. But I'm liking this, but I think it needs to be more highly saturated and darker. Otherwise, it's going to look too much like orange fairy floss, like a cotton candy or something. I don't want it to, or creamsicle looking. I don't want it to be like that so much. I want it to look more natural. So right now I'm thinking it looks a little bit too pinky yellow, pinky white, which is a great hair color, but it doesn't quite fit with the time period of this painting. So this is a time when I would go back and look at what my original mood board inspiration pictures are here for the from the pre-Raphaelites. This one in particular is a neat one because it does have poppies.
Jasmine.
It has a dead knight, and it has hair turning into her dress. Yeah, love.
Who's your favorite pre-Raphaelite?
Oh my gosh. That would have a lot of follow-up questions, and why. Like, just as far as painting goes, I mean, I like Rossetti a lot because his story is great. He's got a good narrative, but you know, he had a strange life. He had a lot of pets. He wrote he used to have a pet wombat, which is pretty great.
That's weird.
Yeah, he had a pet toucan too. And you know what, man? He had a toucan. He dressed up as a cowboy, and he'd ride around on the wombat as if it was his horse. So, you know.
That's the best thing I've ever heard.
That's what I mean. But do I like his paintings more? I like Rossetti.
I like Rossetti
his sister, Christina's fantastic. She wrote Goblin Market, for heaven's sake. And,
cool.
And you, art-wise, I might have to go with Waterhouse, though.
Nice.
Waterhouse is great. He did 2 of these, actually. You know, we had a Hughes one. Where's that? Maybe I didn't print out, but
also good.
These are both Waterhouses, and you know Waterhouse. If you see a Waterhouse, you know Waterhouse.
Waterhouse is Hylas.
He's pretty great. I like Millet a lot.
Wait.
What's that, babe?
Who did Hylas and the Nymph?
Hylas and the Nymph. Waterhouse.
Waterhouse. That's beautiful.
Yeah, he did a beautiful one of that. It's a very nice one. That's one I've been meaning to not knock off. I mean, they're public domain, so I do my own interpretation of at some point because I really like that one. You can probably tell from the models he uses that Waterhouse did that one, Maddie? I don't know if you can see, but...
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know. I'm a big fan of them all, really. They were all very talented people, but as far as individuals go, Rossetti's kind of a trip. I like him. I had the Hughes picture. Maybe I didn't print it out. Maybe it got mixed in with these pictures of Tintagel. Bah. Well,
Jasmine.
If you search La Belle Dame Sans Merci, you will find it, and it's a lovely one, too. Yeah.
Ian wants to know, will you be keeping her complexion as pale porcelain skin?
This is the underpainting, so it has no pigment in it other than the shading and the tone yet. I will probably keep her quite pale because she is apparently some lady who's hiding in the trees a lot, kind of Anglo-Saxony, obviously, because it's Arthurian, so she'll be somebody who does not go outside a lot. So she'll probably kind of look like me, skin tone-wise. So she might have a bit of pink, probably put some blue and purple uplights, like the part above. I might even get to that point while we're still painting here on the video. Like the areas like that are undercut, like the parts above her eyelids, the under part of her nose, maybe the lower part of her chin might have a bluish green cast from all the greenery around here, but she will stay pretty fair-skinned because she is a Briton of Anglo-Saxon times. I haven't made her Morgan Le Fay like in a traditional kind of more dark British kind of way with browner skin and dark hair, etc., because I want to save that for like a Morgan Le Fay painting. We were talking about earlier about doing different Arthurian paintings and, you know, with the blue on your face, paint yourself blue and like a fairy lady sort of thing. But
Jasmine, Queen Tree says, learning so much, heart.
Oh, thank you. Makes me happy to hear. Yeah, you gotta.
And Shaylee says her hair is magic, like Rapunzel.
Oh, yes, exactly. And some of that quinacridone nickel azo gold there. That's gonna make it a bit golder there. Yeah.
Will you show this completed on Patreon soon?
Yes, I will. As soon as I get her done, I'll post her up on Patreon so my Patreon patrons can see her.
She's looking cute.
Yeah, she is looking pretty cute. I'm putting some of the gold highlights on now because I'm gonna have to step back some of the orange. So if I make this part more brassy up front and I go over it with something that's going to knock it down, like chroma wise, that can kind of make it look more realistic, but make it more gold in the front. Because that's where if there was this is kind of an interesting painting because it doesn't have a really, really obvious light source. You can tell it's coming from the front because she's in the back, but it's more in the distance is murky, in the front is light, sort of light source, as opposed to like, hey, here's a candle, and this part of your face is red, and this part of your face is blue. So it's kind of not a challenge, it's kind of fun. A lot of people might not think it's fun to actually do, but I think it's fun. It's kind of like doing a crossword puzzle or something. But I'm going to put some gold on there. And then I'm going to take a little bit of that same reddish gold color, mix it with something that is cool tone that kind of matches. Again, I have not painted all these leaves. These are just shapes of branches. I will put actual leaves. It's not going to look like a bunch of birds did their business on here. But I'm going to take some of that same color and mix that in with that sort of reddish gold and have that as a reflective secondary light source from the leaves around her. So I'm gonna get some sap green. Oh no, it's almost gone. Is sap green on my any list stuff?
Let me. How do you spell it?
Put it on there. Like tree sap.
Yeah, sap green.
Okay, I've got one more. Okay, I'm clever.
Put it on there.
If it's not on there, put it on there. Or say put 3 of the 2-ounce sizes. Sorry guys, this is probably TMI, but when I run out of a paint, we have a list that I add to a digital thing that we can order online, and I get more.
3 of the 2 ounces, you said?
3 of the 2 ounces, yeah. Or 3 of the 1 ounces. I guess these are only 1 ounces. Okay. Alright. That one's almost done, but I always have a backup one. And when I get to the last backup, and this is good for everything, if it's toilet paper or Tabasco sauce or nothing, when you get to the last one, that's when you order the next. So it can come in the mail if you're some boring person like me who lives at home all the time. And then you have it. In the meantime, I can use this whole 1 ounce bottle.
All right, I got it on there.
Yay, thank you, sir. And it's on the paint buying one specifically?
Yeah, not groceries.
I thought I put it on there already.
I'll double check it.
What do I have on there already? Do I have Van Dyke Brown? Okay.
Mechanical pencils. Oh, you do have it on there. Darn it.
So I did have saf green on there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I will take it. I will take this out.
And if they don't have the 2 ounces, just get the 1 ounces of the same. I didn't think I would let that happen, that there was one left. See, I'm smarter than I know, man.
I'll order those tomorrow.
That's fine. They'll come. I won't use a whole ounce of this in the meantime. Okay. So, anyways, behind the scenes. Isn't it glamorous? This wonderful world as an artist. But here's sap green, and I'm going to mix that. And it might sound like a weird thing to mix green with red because it's going to make a murky brown, but I want it to because that's going to be what it's going to look like in the low lights, not the shiny bits, but not quite the shadows, but the reflexive sort of low lights that are going to come from having a bunch of bright green sort of stuff around some beautiful red gold hair. So and take some of that sap green. Oh yes, I do still have a band-aid on, by the way, from my horrible, horrible hand. But it's getting much better, isn't it, Maddie? I showed it to Maddie and it looked all right. So.
It's lovely. I kissed it.
Yeah.
So, people are asking what Disney character you would be, Jasmine.
What should I be? Well, as we discussed last time, it does say Snow White a lot because I do have an affinity for strange animals to come up and love me. So that's nice. I sometimes you say Elsa.
Yeah.
It's usually if you're mad at me. Princess Jasmine.
That's a good one
Jasmine,
too.
And she has long black hair.
I said I'd be Mushu.
You'd be Mushu. Oh, yeah, that's probably about right.
Hey, he's good, and he self-actualizes at the end.
Yes, he does. He does indeed. That's a good example of self-actualization.
It actually is a good one.
I know, it is.
No, he has a good story arc.
Yeah, he does. He's got a character arc in there, man. But, Elsa's pretty good. I like Snow White. She doesn't... The problem with Snow White is she doesn't really make a lot of decisions if you're going to look at her story. I like Snow White. She's been put in a bad way, really, and...
Who's that, Elsa?
Snow White.
Oh.
No, Elsa makes all sorts of confusing decisions. But, no, Snow White, she doesn't really drive her own story that much. It's things happen to her, and things happen to her, and things happen to her, and stuff like that. But she hangs in there pretty good, and she likes animals, and she does, as soon as she gets in a situation, she kind of flips it around and makes something happen. It's like, oh my god, what's this horrible little house? Oh, I'm gonna clean it up now. You know, she kind of makes stuff happen, and that's good, but...
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, but she's...
So she breaks and enters, but she cleans.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of breaking and entering. Goldilocks does that too.
Well, I don't think people were always so weird about having, like... I don't know, locks on their doors and like those videos that record the UPS guy and stuff. I don't know. I'm putting, I don't know if you can tell, and it might not be really obvious, and you'll see when you see this on the painting. If you look at this part of her hair, for example, that is totally green right there. But it's turning into that kind of red, yellow, orange color. So it's because it's green behind her. If you were to look at her hair, you wouldn't say, oh, she dyed part of her hair green and that part's red. You wouldn't say that because you will see the background is green. You're like, oh, your brain is just going to say, oh, that part's green. That's why that part's green. It's like seeing oh, do I have anything metal around here? I've got like I don't know. What do we got?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being Maui.
Maui would be awesome. But no, if you see something shiny, it takes the colors of the things around it. If you saw a knife and it was like by something yellow, the knife suddenly looks yellow. You wouldn't, if you saw a picture of it, you wouldn't think, oh, look, that part of the knife is yellow because it has paint on it and the other part is gray. You would think, oh, it's by something that is yellow. That's like her hair here. You wouldn't think that part of her hair is dyed green. It's just by something that's green and the rest of her hair is orange. And that will help make it look more realistic, less like a Halloween wig or something like that. But yeah, Maui would be good. Could I be Moana?
Sure.
Okay.
I like Moana.
That's a good
She's
movie.
Cool.
Yeah, I like her grandma.
I like her piggy.
Yes. And her off chicken thing.
It's a good movie.
It is a good movie.
And it has one of the best Pixar shorts in front of it.
It does.
I Lava You.
The pin for it behind me. I don't know if you can see it. Oddly enough, it's on a voodoo doll, but it's not that sort of pin.
I love Lava.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's my favorite Pixar short.
Oh, is it? That's a very good one. That's there are a lot of very good Pixar shorts.
And it has a good song too.
It does, yeah.
Oh, night, Jane.
You say night, honey?
To Jane.
Oh. Okay.
She's heading out.
Oh, okay. Night, night.
Wingtree says, funny story, I dressed up as Snow White for Disney, Not So Scary Halloween, taking a picture in front of the ride. My kids before the ride was finished. People started lining up behind my husband to take a picture with me.
Oh, that's funny. I bet that happens to people. I've seen some people dress up pretty realistically. Like, I know they ask grown-ups sometimes not to, like for Mickey's Halloween party and stuff, but I've seen some people that look every bit as much like the walk around sometimes.
There was a sad story about our friend Sugarfield.
Yes, Michael.
Michael.
Yeah.
He dressed up like Bob Ross, and I don't know what Sarah dressed up like. But
I forget.
They showed up to Disney Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween.
Yeah.
Not realizing that you needed tickets.
Yes. So they were pass holders that thought they could get in, but
right. They were dressed as Bob Ross and someone.
They were dressed up and shut up. And it's like, no, you have to buy an extra ticket even if you're already a pass holder.
Yes, so he came in full Bob Ross regalia.
Yeah.
And was turned away.
Yep.
So he had to dress like Bob Ross.
So he just had to wear that like the rest of the day. Aw. Hey, I'm sure he handled it better than most people I know.
Probably.
He's been to Bob Ross's grave.
Yes.
I'm taking that green. I'm also taking that same green and putting it over on this side of her head. So I'm gonna have, I can tell from here. I'll put it a little close up so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm putting that same sort of green over here. And that, again, is kind of knocking it down from turning her hair into like a Ronald McDonald sort of wig. This is like having some very patina-ish bluish green, naturey highlights that are reflective on the orange. They're not in lieu of the orange or the red hair. It is reflecting on the back of it, which is going to make the parts that are around her face like pop out even more. That is looking pretty cool. I'm liking this so far. It also makes her look more three-dimensional because the colors that are on the back of her are more muted as opposed to the colors that are closer to you. The more saturated you make a color or the bigger contrast you make between the light and the dark of a tonal pattern, the closer it looks to you as opposed to further away. Same reason if you're like, I've probably used this example before, if you're driving by a city and you see like the skyline in the very, very far distance, it looks kind of bluish gray. It's like, it looks like that because it's far away and the atmosphere is filled with water, basically. You've got water vapor everywhere, bits of fog, oxygen, etc. And that will make things look hazy and just a little bit bluish gray. And when you do that with even on a very, very small basis, like some little fairy's hair in the background, you do a little bit of that tricks your eye into seeing a piece of masonite wood here with plastic paint smeared on it. It starts making it look more realistic. This is just something that you notice from looking at stuff. Again, I think 90% of being an artist is just like looking at stuff, and when you see things in real life, seeing, hey, how come this looks like it's closer to me than that looks like it's closer to me, or why does this look more important than this, or why does that stand out, or how does that texture look different? And
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Ange Hoffman is saying, will you offer this as a masterpiece canvas?
Definitely.
Or prints after the event?
I definitely will. This one, let me think. This is a 12 by 16, so I'll probably, proportionally, it would be
18 by 24.
18 by 24 masterpiece, and we'll definitely do those. If anybody, I don't know if you can tell what it's going to look like good enough to know if you want one, but if you do want one, you can reserve one now. All you have to do is email us at jasminetoad@AOL.com and say, I want a masterpiece. Again, I'm not done with it yet, but you can see what she looks like. And we only make 5 of those, so if you would like one and you don't want to miss out, We always auction off the first and the last of the editions, but sometimes they go for sometimes they go for a lot more than they'd cost anyway. So if you want one at like the regular price, just email us and we can put your name down. So, and her name is La Belle Sans Merci. So, or you can say that painting Jasmine's doing on Twitch, and we'll know which one you mean. That red-haired lady with the
Tigress,
helmet?
You can get a print.
Yeah.
And
We will have prints. We will have prints up at Strangeling.com. We'll have open edition canvases. We'll have the 5 masterpieces. Those are $595, and they'll be big. They'll be bigger even than the original, and I'll hand paint little details and things. And the original painting itself will be it's pretty standard for a 12 by 16. So I'm just gonna say 5,400. That's usually what we would do, like at a gallery or something. Kind of have to base it on size, unless it's something that's like, unless it was like really, really simple or really, really complicated. Maybe I'd make it more or less than that. But we kind of keep or not me, but the galleries kind of keep a usual size versus price thing, and we try to keep it kind of close to that.
Right.
But, well, sometimes if it's like a painting that had a billion, let's say it had 8,000 little characters that were this big in it, and it took me 10 years, I wouldn't charge more, or if it was like more of a mood piece and it was all clouds except for a tiny little face down here, and then it's like it only took me like 5 hours or something, I wouldn't charge that.
1,900 years.
Yes, it took me 1,900 years. No. But I wouldn't do that. I put some, there's some reasons for what I do. It's not all galleries and art shows and stuff. I mean, I'm a real person, kind of. Yeah, a little bit of a Belle Sans Merci. I am taking that same green, and now I'm mixing with a bit of that orange and red, and I'm trying to make a seamless sort of smudgy line. This is where my finger's going to come into play, and it might show up more because this looks wet. Like the paint itself has water in it. So it might look like her head's bigger than it is because I am smoothing out the paint from her head into the background. When it dries, and I might get my hair dry in a second, you will see how it kind of makes a gradation of tone from the front bit to the back bit. And this is before I'm going to even put layers or individual strands. One of the mistakes that's easy to make, and I definitely did when I was starting out painting, when you're painting hair, is to paint every single piece of hair in there, as opposed to painting the shape of somebody's head. It's more important to show the hair as like one big amorphous blob thing. Like in here, it's kind of S-shaped here, and this part's dark and that part's light, etc. That's more important than showing even what the texture is. And your eye will catch that if you're looking at it. You're like, why is there lines way behind your head? Because if you're looking at a human person or even a Barbie doll or something like that, you don't see the individual lines of her hair when it's except when it's like around her face line, maybe.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I think that's a very easy mistake to make. It's like if you're painting somebody whose mouth is open a bit and you like outline all of their teeth. That's not something you see when somebody smiles and they got some big old teeth. They just kind of have like a white smudge there. It's not, you see the outlines of their molars and their incisors, and you don't see that when you.
It works good in certain art.
Like, it does. Oh yeah. Oh no, I can see it magnificently, like in graphic novels, and you're like some weird R-crumb sort of thing. It's like and you see their uvula and everything. And there are times that works. I mean, as far as representational sort of fantasy portraiture art that I do, I'm only talking about my style of art.
So there's there's all sorts of different ways you can do.
No, there are definitely ways you can do that, and that looks fantastic. But yeah,
I always thought was funny is the character Barney. The big purple dinosaur.
Oh, I was thinking of the Flintstones.
He really has 2 teeth.
I'm trying to think what it looks like.
He has
like as a cartoon
tooth.
or like or when he's a dinosaur, like the stuffed puppet thing that plays with the kids. Yeah,
he has a top tooth and a bottom tooth, but it goes the whole arch of his mouth.
Ew, that's creepy.
Imagine the root
that's
on that.
Kind of like Stephen King-ish almost. It's like like Jerusalem's Lot or Dr. Sleep.
Yeah, his vampires. Also the one that flies around on the airplane.
Oh,
they always have this weird tooth.
Yes,
but the ones in Doctor Sleep have a weird tooth
yeah,
too.
that's
but
what
they're
I mean.
not vampires so much as they're kind of psychic vampire weird.
That's the whole. It's a vampire, but it's not a vampire thing. Right. And that's
but yeah, they have a weird tooth
trope,
too.
But yeah.
But yeah, Barney has just 2 giant teeth.
Ew.
They're not sharp at all. They look blunt as heck.
You still shouldn't let him play with your children. Maybe he's got a mouth guard, and it's like that's how they let him play with toddlers. Is they have to put like a little bitey thing in his mouth. I don't know, man. I'm not making excuses for Barney. But yes, to be fair, if you're painting somebody and just put like one big tooth, sometimes that looks better than like outlining everyone. Unless the teeth are part of the thing you're trying to show, which is like what Matt was saying too. If you are, let's say it's a horror comic or something like that, and you want to show that they've got all these teeth and there's gross, they've got some sort of gum diseasey thing and there's blood between them, and you want to see their awful hairy tongue, and that can be the reason for the painting, and that can be a great painting. But something like this that is a pseudo pretending to be sort of realistic fantasy, vaguely surreal, dreamlike portraiture sort of painting that is very posed, very non-dynamic. It's very quiet sort of painting, even though there might be a lot of I don't know, psychological issues in here. There isn't a lot of dynamic physical action in it. So I'm just trying to make things in the background drift into that sort of inner space, mid-distance sort of thing. And the areas at the very front, for example, our eyes, I'll put some sort of highlights in our eyes. I've drawn our eyelashes, and that will be where you see the hard lines. When this piece will really start to come to life, and I think I'll definitely get to it, is when I start putting the red of the poppies versus the red of her hair. And that's when you see the red. And then I think that in turn will try, since it is poppies and people associate that, at least in the UK and also in America, I think, with the whole sort of fallen warrior sort of idea. Did we do that in America with poppies, or is that just in England? Do people wear poppies here, like on Memorial Day?
If they do, they don't do it to the degree they do it.
I think they do, don't they? England. I know they don't do it as much as they do in England. It's like everywhere you go in November, you got little poppies. You get in a taxi, it's got little poppies.
Well, here
on
we
the front,
just buy meals and.
No, we do lots of other things, but I don't know if poppies have anything to do with it. I don't know either. But at any rate, when you see them, even if you don't realize what it's symbolizing, you'll see these bright red flowers that have very crisp cut lines, and they will be blood red. When you see that, that's kind of a sort of visceral response that you see, and you're like, oh, bright red all over her head, and then there's this helmet, and like, oh my god, wait a minute, there's a skull over there, and you're going to notice that because not only will she have poppies in her hair, I'm putting them in the background, and the skulls are in the middle distance. They're not in the foreground, they're not on the character, they're kind of in the middle. So that's something you're going to see, red, and it's like doing a little pathway, red, and then you'll, in order to get to the back part, the background where the other poppies are, you have to see the skull then. And that's the little lesson point. You're like, oh, red. Oh, there's a skull, and there's the rest of the red. Because you might not see it otherwise. And that's how I want the painting to be. Like, you were going to do an eye tracker thing. You'd look at the face, look at what's around the face or the poppies. Then, in order to see the other poppies that are the only part that are going to match that color, you'll have to go past the skulls. And that's the little morality point there. And it might sound very grandiose what I'm talking about, but once it's done, hopefully it should do its job. And that kind of is the point of the story and the poem, and the other people have done this sort of theme for a painting, so. Carrying on a tradition that not everybody knows about. Via Twitch.
We're thinking about kitty time.
Oh! You know, last I saw, I think all the kitties are. Do people have a preference? Get some of this green off my finger real quick, and if you want to yell at kitty at me, I will go get the
all
kitty.
Three are there.
Yeah, no, they've not run away.
Which kitty do you guys want? We've got Amara, we've got Rio. Jasmine can get Rio, and then we've got Sunshine. Got 2 for Gamera. Oh, that's yes, please. Oh, we got 2 for Rio. And Sunshine a lot, but I think most so far for Gamera. I think they just want your blood.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another for Rio. Whoever's not sleeping, they're all sleeping. They're lazy. The soft kitty, warm kitty. The evil kitty. We always see Sunshine, but whatever one. You don't always see Sunshine. We get Gamera all the time. Got Rio and...
Rio is mine. I got nowhere near her.
We ain't gonna get Rio, guys. We usually bring her to you. It's a little different.
She's sleeping. That's good. Sleepy Gamera is a good Gamera. But she growled.
Good.
Aren't they good? They're the new type of cashews from Publix. But oh, here's Gammy Gam Gam. Oh, you magic kitty. Oh, you baby black bear. She's lovely.
She likes to dance a little.
Oh yeah, this is playing with danger. This is technically a blood sport here, isn't it? This would be illegal in Missouri. Okay. Yeah. It's called bear baiting. No, come here, baby. Oh, she's CB. Oh, you're a good. She's actually a good girl. She just does bad things. Sorry. A good girl. There's my baby.
Man, those are good. I gotta get some more.
A little bit. She's growing a little bit, yes. Well, she might still be half asleep.
Kaza says, man, I love that cat. You gotta be brave to have that cat.
Yeah, I'll be Merida, basically. She's a little bear. Sorry. Oh, baby. She's a good girl. She's kind of cool. I hardly ever get to hold her like this. This is actually kind of nice. She was well into her sleep. She was curled up in a little ball over on the ottoman by my couch. Oh, wait, no. Okay.
What did Merida say? What a bad mother.
Oh.
How can't you be a bear?
Why can't you be a bear, Gimme? We do say that
They don't
Gamera's...
even have any bears in Scotland.
Yeah, I know. It's sad.
She's not bad, but not bad.
Okay, there we go, Gimme. There you go, Gimme. You want to be cozy up there? Oh, poor Gamera. She always looks half drunk and like somebody cut her head off and just sewed it on like 5 seconds ago. Maybe.
Not very old. I'd 4? Maybe?
I think they asked. Whoa, baby. Hey. Okay. I think they estimated when they caught her that she was 2 or 3. Oh, I got Sody. But I think she was 2 or 3 when we got her. And how long have we had her? Was that was summer before last that we got her?
I'll have it 2 years this summer.
Yeah, because Matt's sister in Missouri actually had caught her. They'd been visiting. Gamera had been visiting her yard, and they were like, "Oh, there's this kitty. You guys take kitties, right?" And we're like, "Well, one of our mama wolf had just passed away, so we're like, yeah, okay, we'll take a kitty." And we're like, we can't get to Missouri for like 3 months, and they're like, okay, we could put him at the vet office for 3 months, and we're like, okay, that we'll just fix her up and give her shots, and we'll see you guys in 3 months. And then we went and got Gamera. So we were in England, right? We were at the airport, or we're going to France or something. What the heck were we doing? And your sister was texting us, right? I don't know if they're. I don't know if either of them watching, but yeah, they were. She texted us and they're like, "We found this cat," and they like had a picture. Like, okay, yeah, we do have. We only have 2 kitties. We usually like to have 3 because we've decided that's the maximum.
Somebody's gonna win these wine glasses.
Oh, can you show them? Can you bring them over real quick so I can show them off, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I wouldn't. Okay, I'll show them. You can do the drawing. Okay, yeah, because I just don't want to break them. I would feel so bad if I broke one of these. Okay. We've got the Heart of Nails. Heartbreaker. And these are... Oh, you can like see my whole studio if you look at the close up. That's weird. I look all upside downy. Okay. And then there's Angel Starlight. Yay! And these are actual glass. They are artisan crafted in America, and they are silver plated inside. Which, if you've never seen silver plated glass, it is a pretty shiny, magical thing. I can see why they would want to put berries on these, because these look like some sort of magic thing that who knows what you put in there. But you can just put soda pop in them, or water, or orange juice, or mandrake liqueur, or absinthe, or whatever you want to put in there. Who won?
Jay Sykes.
Jay Sykes, congratulations! You've won 2 beautiful wine glasses. And they are pretty big. They're slightly bigger than American-sized wine glasses. They're kind of the European, UK size. It's a large glass of white, but
Somebody said whiskey.
Whiskey. Oh wow, we'll go for it. That's like
plenty of water.
So don't hang out with people you don't know, and don't drive home. Call Uber. Yes, exactly. But no, they're lovely, and you can buy these still. And that is the first. Those are the first 2 in what at least is a setup for. We're hoping I've designed 2 more of those. That is a second set. So if you sign up, like if you're in
I'm gonna put the link up again.
Yeah, put the link up again. If you're in America, you can subscribe to them, and they send you the next set like after you get the first ones. Or if you are in anywhere else in the world, including America, and you just want them like one set of 2 individually, you can get them at Enchanted Treasures, and Matt will post a link. And you can order them in New Zealand or Burkina Faso or wherever you want to live. That's up to you. You don't have to live in Burkina Faso. It just says disputed zone. I don't know. No. You can live wherever you want, and they will send it to you.
Anyone in the room who lives at Burkina Faso, here, I'm giving you a hug.
Yeah, and you know what? You can buy a wine glass, and we will send it to you. So, yeah, that's what I mean. I will send it anywhere. Well, I know. I'm just saying that some people say, but what about me? I live in Canada. I'm like, yeah, Canada is included in the term worldwide.
Yeah. Jasmine and I kind of make it our point to know geography decently.
Oh, yeah.
So if we start getting weird about geography, we're a bit nerdy in that regard. Yeah, I apologize.
That's true. Well, I like traveling. That's kind of like knowing where you're at. But no, I'm very often I'll post things online, and I know it's hard when you see a bunch of text at you, and I'm like, we will ship anywhere in the world worldwide, and people are like, too bad I live in Canada. I'm like, no, Canada is included in worldwide. So sometimes I'll like to throw out a country that would not necessarily be one of the first 3 drop down choices. If that makes sense. Yeah.
Can you do a quick good night and melodically for Layla?
Melodically? Good night, Layla. Good night, Layla.
You're so funny.
I'm not very good
at
singing, but I did karaoke recently, and it was all with professional musicians, and I had a horrible cold, and my gosh, I was embarrassed.
Okay, well, as soon as people, I'll be like, I'll do some karaoke, and then as soon as people hand me the mic, I'm like,
I
just start freaking
out. It's
out.
like, where's the George Michael songs? I'm gonna sing this now, but
I did Wake Me Up. That was fun.
Wake Me Up. And when we got
Last Train to Clarksville.
Got Robin to do some David Bowie, and it was
Robin
lovely.
Hitchcock's her friend.
Oh, well, I wasn't gonna say his last name.
Oh, yeah, he does a good David Bowie.
He does a very good David Bowie. And it's like we're in Vietnam, and they take their karaoke very seriously.
Did he do Golden Years?
Or, yeah, he did
Or did he just do that in
concert? He did that
did that in concert.
Yeah, he I was gonna say he did a couple of David Bowies on the karaoke, but he did a few just for concerts when we're in Asia. He just played them like as covers. He does magnificent. He and Blondie,
he did that our last
Blondie night. Did the He and Blondie did a David Bowie tribute concert after David Bowie died. And it's like, wow, it's Blondie and Robin Hitchcock playing David Bowie songs. Why isn't everybody here? My gosh, amazing. I like Blondie.
Green Tree thinks we're funny.
We're funny. We're funny people.
But looks aren't everything.
See, that's the sort of thing, Yeti, when you're talking about not having too many bells and whistles on Twitch. It's like not having sound effects like it's morning driving to work radio, right?
We could make
like
our
DJ
own sound
stuff.
Effects.
We could. Gamer could make most of them.
Yeah, we don't want to be a radio morning show.
That's what I mean.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to WKLJ.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope you're having a great drive this morning.
Oh, dear.
Hey, honk, honk,
Yeah,
fart,
none
fart.
of that.
All those.
None of that,
No.
please. Yeah.
No.
No. And again, I don't want it to make it look like, not to bring up casinos again, to look at like those casino and slot machines where it's like a video game and stuff pops up all the time. That's kind of fun, and that probably works really good on the Twitch channels that are for people who are playing video games, but if you're just like talking about travel and painting and what types of paints you're using, it might be kind of annoying, so I don't know. But I would like to get to the point where I could maybe show some videos and things, and maybe, like, if we're at a show, let's say we're at, I don't know.
Well, should we ask for some feedback?
Yeah, maybe we should do. Would people like to see things like that? Because a few people have asked, like, hey,
Like,
how can we see
them.
videos of your events? And I'm like, I don't think there are videos of my events. I mean,
Kitten says I have an awesome radio voice.
No.
What are you talking about? Hey,
Matt does. Matt's a good.
Is that even
Matt?
a thing?
Is that a compliment if I say that you're a good morning radio DJ? I think that sounds like an insult.
Be. I am honestly, when I'm on Twitch, I'm at 10%.
Yeah.
Jasmine says no, hold back. So
I say that. Or
I talk about things with sound effects.
Yes.
Main treat.
No, I mean as far as no, I'm not talking about being a stupid DJ in the morning.
Well, thank you. I'm happy people like my voice in here.
But you have a very good voice. I do not. I have a horrible squeaky voice. I mean, I have never even listened to one of my Twitch broadcasts because
I'm trying to get
my own voice.
I'm trying to make my voice better.
Oh.
I think it's something that can happen.
Or, yeah.
I've thought about taking lessons.
People do take classes for that. I read a really good book, and I've told you about it before, Maddie. It's called The Biography of the London Tube. Mm-hmm. And one of them is about a voice actress who had tried to be a voice actress and had done poorly and hadn't done didn't pass any of her auditions. And then she went and took lessons. And then she got to be the voice of the tube eventually. Isn't that neat?
That's
so
fantastic.
she's like the lady you hear when you go to, like, it's like,
maybe I should. I know there are some people that do it locally.
Please do. You're welcome to do so. I said.
I come back here and I start sounding like Snape.
I was going to say.
No, it's got to be a variation on your own voice.
No. I was really going to say Alan Rickman, so that's really funny, Minnie.
Oh, Snape is Alan Rickman.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's why it's funny.
Alan Rickman is Snape.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I like Alan.
You have to start books on tape. I plan on it. Very soon.
Is that somebody saying that who already knows that you have
Angela. I don't know if Angela's a part of my Patreon.
I was going to say, Matt does audio downloads of movie reviews and things, so that is a thing if you feel like spending $1.
But I don't have that. Last week we were talking about that dreamy quality that Neil Gaiman has.
No.
But, we bring different things to the table.
Well,
we all have our own.
Give me some time. He's older than you. He's more continental than you.
I could be like a.
You're more incontinent than he is.
Well, you have a musician friend that gargles with whiskey, and she has a very. I mean, I don't know if she made her voice scratchier.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a thing. Makes you sound more grown up. When people call you on the phone, they don't say, "Hey, can I talk to your mother or father, please?" Which is what they say to me when people call.
Hey, sometimes people think I'm a girl on the phone.
They think you're a girl?
Yeah, because I answer very politely.
That's because you're friendly.
I answer. I say,
"Hello." You don't have a high voice, but you used to do Disney operating stuff. So
I do. So I can.
Hey, how can I help you with that sort of thing?
Yeah, I can have a very pleasant demeanor / phone voice thing because of Disney training.
Disney traditions training, man. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey.
The best practice, honestly, for any audiobooks and stuff is reading to children.
Yes. If you have nieces or nephews, read stuff to them. Also, they like it. It's nice.
Hey, Sassy, everybody hates the sound of their voice. They just do.
I think they just do. I mean, I can't even listen to people who sound like me because it makes me feel weird. I'm like,
Customer service
sound
voice.
like me.
Yeah, it gets to the point where
I'm putting some magenta in here,
if you use your voice
by the
properly
way.
and you're in customer service, and they're coming and they have a complaint. It could even be a valid complaint.
Yeah.
And they start yelling at you. You can sometimes calm them down with your voice.
There's just noises you have to make at people sometimes.
Right. But it helps center us and make us realize, hey, why am I yelling at this person?
Hey, we're mammals.
Maybe we can get this resolved without
Unless
me
it's
freaking
Comcast.
out.
Sorry, Comcast. Not really.
You know what? They're bad.
You know what? No, I'm not sorry, Comcast.
I'm not.
I am not sorry, Comcast. Don't get me started. I won't. I can't even use words.
They were very mean to you.
They said some things to me I cannot say on this TV show here. So,
yeah.
Not that it's a TV show, but
Yeah, it may as well
it's
be.
Close enough. I keep saying TV all the time. I don't mean it.
See, Avazanon says, I work with 5 and 6 years old, and there's a special reading voice we all seem to use.
Oh,
it's good.
Yeah. It's like when you go to the library and there's people doing story hour or something.
Right, because we're a bit animated.
Nice.
We're either calm or animated. We try to make it exciting.
Also, they're there to listen to you because they want to listen to you. They want to hear a story. You're not telling them something they don't want to hear. You're not saying something that's mean that they don't want to know. They are there.
Oh, Kitten also hates Comcast. I don't know anyone that says, "Gosh, Comcast."
It's like, man, I just love Comcast. I'm pretty. It's not like Disney where there's like forums online. It's like Disney fans. There isn't like Comcast fans. That just isn't a thing. It's like Comcast is my favorite company. I live the Comcast lifestyle. Now they're going to cut off my cable and my broadcasting right now, aren't they? Maybe not. I hope not. I will be Comcast.
Allen says, when I went to see the babies last week, the 2-year-old ran up to me with a book straight away, and we had impromptu story time with her and her baby sister. I hate the sound of my voice, but that girl made me read 5 books.
Really?
It will.
One of them was Bleak House. No. That's good. No, nothing's better than kids who want to hear stories. That is a good thing. Except for maybe kids who want to draw pictures with their Auntie Jasmine, and that's always fun too. Unless I got like a deadline or something. Now this, if you see, I've almost done it in stripes, as if you're going to do like an ombre sort of hairstyle. And I put some magenta kind of streaks over, mixed with water again, going over the gold ones I did with that Prenacridone Nickel Azo Gold. I don't know how well you can tell, but there's like a stripe there, and in a way it looks like a magazine. They'd show you like a picture of like how to do your hair. It's like, oh, do a stripe here, but it also makes it look more realistic because the back part of her hair is like that, but super dark, and you can barely probably tell it. I can't see the TV from here, but it is kind of fading into the distance like that. But what I'm going to do after I do one more layer of that, I'm going to start putting the red on the poppies, and that is when you're going to see that is very different. That is nature's magic red, sort of red number 5 artificial food color that I put into flowers, and it will look so red compared to what you would say, oh wow, that hair dye. I keep thinking my hand's bleeding, but I think it's just red paint. But you think it looks like hair dye, but it's like, oh, look at that, that's red, but it won't be red until you see the red that goes on top of it, and you're like, oh wow, that's red. Like how I haven't even used Titan Buff in this, let alone white. For example, here is Titan Buff. If you're going to say, oh, what's the lightest color in the painting? This is way lighter. And that is Titan Buff. And here is Titan White. And all of a sudden, that's even way lighter. So I haven't even used white in this painting. And that will be the magic sort of thing I'll use near the end. It probably won't be, since this is a painting I'm going to finish, like, I don't know, 10 hours from now or something. 15 maybe. That will be one of the last things I do is use the white paint in it. Then I'll hair dry it and send it to Carrie at Fame Magazine. But that will be the last thing I do because I don't want to use either of these lighter colors in here until I've kind of painted the whole rest of the painting, because that is the magic sparkle that you add at the end to really bring the forward things to the forward. I'll probably put it like on her toe and maybe like a little bit on the helmet. I won't even use it in her eyes. Usually when I have the whitest part of a painting and the darkest part of her painting, and the darkest part of the painting is the pupil in the eye, and the whitest part would be the wherever the sun is glaring off like a reflection kind of on the eye. But that won't happen in this because she's hiding in the bushes. So why would the sun be reflecting on her eyes? So,
oh, Tony's Ring Arts at Pensacon.
Pensacon!
Hey, having fun there, Tony.
I have not been to Pensacon. That's fine.
So Elhurt says, I get very animated when reading to my class.
Aww.
In fact, an administrator came into me one time because they thought someone was crying.
Oh, no.
And carrying on for real, but I was reading a story. You know, that's when reading almost starts turning to acting.
It's a fine line, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I would say.
Sassy says her hair color reminds Sassy of their mother's hair.
Aw. I hope so. I'm trying to make it look more like, not necessarily realistic, but a fantastical sort of realistic hair color. So when I do put the red of the poppies, and when I do that, what time is it now, love? I think I've
6:16.
Oh, okay, yeah. I will definitely have time to add that on there.
45 minutes, and then we'll have a raffle.
I will definitely start working on the poppies, because then you guys will see what I'm talking about. When I talk about having a purple red for the dress, kind of a violet, and then the red of the hair, more of an auburn sort of, I don't know, not a more natural sort of redhead sort of thing. And then when I put the red on the poppies, you will say, wow, that is so red. I can't even believe that was so red. Because I've started building up by these muddy, greenish, brownish, grayish reds and these gold reds and things like that. Then when you see red next to that, it's going to look like it's floating like 2 inches above the board almost. It should be pretty great. I'm so building this up. I hope it looks good.
It's beautiful. I think that one thing that I've learned about when I go to museums is I've learned a lot about composition.
Oh,
I think that's
I need to learn more about it.
Can learn about things, how things are posed, because that's something that you'd learn in life drawing, obviously.
Yeah, that's more than life drawing. If you're talking about composition, I think that's things you see in real life. Real life.
Yes.
And because gravity is the answer for everything in composition.
Right.
And when you're not because gravity, it's because it's magic, because it's space, because it's superheroes, because it's something. And that's
where my eye starts to think.
It's surrealistic.
This person's,
this is weird.
This person's painted for a while, or this is not as good a painting. I sometimes myself, unless it's stylistic.
Sure, that's what I mean about if it's like to tell a story.
I judge on composition more than anything. Oh. Isn't that funny?
I don't know. I think that's kind of my weak point, so I don't know if that's funny or not. But
you have composition, but you have very portraity. They're almost
they're not dynamic composition.
No, they're not
dynamic. A few of them are, but not in general.
Right.
Usually, I'm very still life. It's like a still life of a person. Was it?
There are pieces that I think imply dynamism.
Dynamism?
Yes. For example, the Oath of the Horatii.
Oh, or Harati, as some people say.
However you want to pronounce it.
By David. Yes, David. If you want to go to the hall of
this is where you see, hey, Matt actually knows stuff about art. I sometimes ask.
Like somebody's been to the large format hall of the Louvre.
French large format.
Yes, French large
I would
format.
die there if I could, because one of my favorite rooms is...
Well, the Harati already took an oath there, so you're good. Yeah.
So that one is very posed.
But
it's implying a dynamic thing. It's not very
dynamic. And that's part of what people talk about when they talk about academic painting.
Yes.
Which is... that was the time to see it, is people like David and stuff like that. Some people would use the term academic painting, and that would have been the thing that people who were, impressionists, expressionists, etc., would have been kind of reacting to that. They were the reactionaries to academic painting.
My thing is...
And I like academic painting.
I see kind of the pre-Raphaelite is kind of a bridge between the two.
That was to be fair, they were saying that after that, they thought that a lot of the pre-Raphaelites think that, hence the name, they were like anything before Raphael was good. Right. After that, it was bad, because in some ways they did not like the sort of staid, like geometric sort of compositions that you would have of things that were, it's not symbolist, but it's like, hey, this means that, and you have to stand this way, and this guy's going to hold his hand up this way because it means this. And they were trying to be very visceral, like they're trying to be very here and now.
Yeah.
But but painting realistically, not impressionist. Like here's the impression of light on the top of a bit of water. But this is
I love
human.
I love the academic.
Yes, the academic paintings are very good. I like them as well. The only problem they had is I think they were kind of limited a lot as far as like, hey, this is a Bible story. This is a history painting. This is a picture of some guy who's going to run for Congress or whatever.
Oh, and theme?
Theme-wise, they
would do royalty. They would do like Napoleon pieces.
They would. They would do pictures of gods and goddesses and things like that. But I think it's really the Pre-Raphaelites when it came. In the Pre-Raphaelites, I think more than they know, they actually probably liked academic painting. I'm really talking out of school here, but I think they kind of liked academic painting. They liked the things about making things realistic when they are having. But they wanted to make it seem like, hey, it's not this magic goddess of 400 years ago. This is the lady, the actress lady who's also going to be the model for my painting, who lives downstairs, and she looks like a real lady I would know, and and that gets into weird territory for
alrighty.
So don't mean to hijack your questions.
Okay.
Anyways,
that's sometimes how Jasmine and I just talk to each other.
Yeah, that's I don't mean to.
Anyway, Vazanon has a question.
Oh, what's that?
Do you have any idea of what you will do on your paintings, or do they change as they develop?
Both. When I start a painting, I usually have an idea of how it would look. With this one, for example, I had a pretty good idea of how I thought she would look, but it has changed even since you guys have been watching here. Some things like, stuff like where the main light sources are and how the different colors are going to reflect on each other, and that type of stuff changes. Originally, when I did this painting, I thought about putting a skull right here, and I was like, no, that's just kind of creepy. I should do that if I'm going to do it for a fairy festival, I'm going to do it for a Whippy Goth weekend or something. So I'm like, no, I'm going to put a helmet there because it is a story that talks about knights and talks about kings, and it's an Arthurian sort of location where I'm debuting this. And I want to have the skulls in it, but I want to leave them in the background. You might not even be able to tell. There's a skull kind of lying over there. There's a skull over there. And as I was talking about earlier, that's going to be something where you see her face, you look down here, you see that. And this sort of helmet, I think, is kind of a skeletal helmet because it's really kind of protecting. It's the Anglo-Saxon, very early kind of Arthurian sort of level of helmet that protects the nose, a bit of the cheekbones, over the eyes. It's very basic. It doesn't protect the mouth, but it looks almost like the top part of a skull. So that kind of ties those together. But I didn't know at the beginning. I was like, I don't know if I want to put some flowers. I had looked at several paintings. I'll show those again if anybody's just joining us. That are of the same theme from the Pre-Raphaelites, where you have a dead knight with armor on. And she's got poppies. And this one, a lot of them have flowers, but they don't tend to be flowers that are really tied to the idea of death. And I think of one, I think it's because we're always in our England house in November. I think of poppies when I think of like wounded warriors or people who have died, soldiers, knights, etc. Actually, in this Waterhouse one, I think that's definitely a poppy there. I could be wrong, but I think that is totally.
Did they even know about it then?
That's been a thing for a long time.
Has it?
Because
I don't
it
know
looks
the
like
Does
first of all,
know
because
the
they were
history
there,
beyond just
they look like blood on a battlefield. In France, for example, they grow there in the gutters.
Because I think even in the Blackadder's in World War I, there's a poppy.
Of course. And also there was the whole idea that if it was a
or Rowan Atkinson's half my British history.
Yeah, but if you were people also associated things like poppies with the medicine. I don't say opioids. What the heck? When you have like if you're operating on somebody on the battlefield, they had some sort of medicine that they would make out of poppies to like
anesthesia.
Yeah, that sort of thing. And that's where that sort of medicine was developed. And some people say, it's poppies. You go to sleep. We're going to cut your leg off now.
Before that, they would just give you a nice thing of a gin,
or hit you on the head really hard, or something like that.
Just something.
They used to do that. They'd hit you on the head so that
those poor guys.
Anyways,
and the amputations,
warriors, yes,
the amputations that you'd have to do to a live person just so they could continue to be alive.
Yeah, I read
risk infection.
That H.P. Lovecraft book I was reading about earlier, and I was talking about, it was talking about how after World War I, how people had more of an interest in like people who had things happen to them, like injuries and things, because there were 30 million people in World War I that were injured in terrible ways, and people saw that as a bad thing that could happen, and that became an element of kind of horror movies and stuff. So, like, ugh.
Yeah.
It's very sad, and I can see how that would happen.
Definitely.
Not so much in this painting. There's a helmet to represent the.
Okay.
The
We're getting
hair.
into the poppy now.
I'm starting with the poppies. Now,
so now we're seeing the difference in the reds that Jasmine's
now
been
this
talking
red
about for 2
here
hours.
is not quite a red. This is actually called. I always say this. Here we are. I promise they don't pay me money. It's vat orange. It looks red. It is actually orange, but if you put it next to things that are kind of magenta or kind of purple or something like that, it looks very, very red. So I'm just right now kind of going over the areas I wanted to make sure I put poppies. And I have changed them around since I started the sketch, but I want to make sure I have these areas colored because that will help me figure out where the reflexive qualities of her hair is going to be and any other sort of elements of the painting. Like if I have it up in the background, I'll probably make those a little bit darker, maybe mix them with blue. I'll probably use some magenta on that. I want to start covering that up with some of that bright red. Oh, that is looking lovely. It's still looking too orange, but again, since I am using this, and again, I'm using my finger, I'm just kind of smudging it around everywhere. I'm going to, in fact, I kind of want to smudge them together a little bit. When you have something that is a super bright color and you want it to be the focus of a painting, sometimes if you make it bleed through the boundaries a bit, like if it's let's say it's a circle and you make the circle kind of smudging out in the corners and it's that bright, that kind of mimics the effect that you would have on your human eyes when you're looking at something and it's so bright it starts blurring into the things around it. I do that in my paintings if I have a super bright color that I want to be part of the narrative of the story. So if I have this red, I am not being real careful about keeping it in the boundaries of where I kind of drew that flower. In fact, I'm going to touch my finger on it, kind of smudge it around the outside. So our finger painting comes in handy. Yeah.
Remember how beautiful the poppies were at the Tower of London?
I do. That was magnificent. And that's one of the most powerful sort of anti-war things I've ever seen has been that. That was amazing. It looked like blood pouring out of the Tower of London, but it was all tiny poppies that they put there. How many was it? It was thousands.
I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't even know if they know. It was amazing. The only bad thing was that we had my sister and her husband were visiting us then in London, and we were like, let's go look at the Tower of London. And we're like, oh yeah, this is happening right now. You can't really even get near it hardly. So you couldn't like go walk around in the tower or nothing. But it was gorgeous and the start of many internet memes, I'm sure.
Yes, and the way it flowed down one part, it looked like a waterfall.
It looked like it was coming out of a window, and it was like...
Yes.
And they were metal. They weren't real poppies.
And the Tower of London, as we know, there's been a lot of really messed up things.
Yeah, it's been there a long time, too. It's been a messed up place for a long time. So,
my mom loves it so much.
It's great.
Yeah, I'm looking over the images now, and it's just
incredible. If you can link, or you can post. Can you post pictures on the Twitch, or how
I cannot. If you can, I don't know how.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Wow, there's an overview where you can see it all over.
Yeah, they spill out
I
everywhere.
see
It's lovely.
I see the princes walking amongst it.
Wait.
They're walking the
current princess.
The current princes. Yes.
Not the ones who died in the tower. Okay.
Harry, not Harry.
Okay. Hi. No, I mean as opposed to the famous princes.
The crown jewels are awesome.
Yeah, died in the tower. But, yes, they are. They're lovely. I've seen them. I have to see them like on an escalator or sidewaysy thing, but that way you don't steal them. I've done one layer of them, and I'll see if we can. Maybe this might. I don't know how good you guys can see it on here, but I've kind of gone over my own drawings that I did of the poppies. Here, it's more yellow than I want them to be, but you can start to see how the fact I've gone over the white with that bright kind of vat orange is making them look super red. And any sort of shading I do in this, I'm not going to do by adding brown or gray or, I don't know, umber or nothing like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add magenta, which is still a very vibrant tone, but it's still that same sort of hyper-saturated red color, but it has more blue to it. So when I do add shadows, I'm going to take that the Van matte orange and mix it with magenta and use that for shading. And that will make it look even more bright. Because I want this to look like those parts are almost floating above the rest of it. And that is part of what tells the story. It's like, oh, you've got a war die that's
those
very
beautiful
sad.
poppies are ceramic, Jasmine.
Yeah, and the stems are metal, aren't they? Or
probably.
I forget. But they're not. Yeah, they're not real poppies, and not this, but we're talking about the Tower of London. Yeah,
those aren't real poppies.
Yeah, these aren't real poppies either. But no, at the Tower of London, yeah. Okay, they stayed out there for months.
Yeah, we have noticed it's much like people are frightened of New York or something in America.
What's that?
It's like traveling to New York. It might be a little bit scary because it's a big city.
As opposed to what?
Some Brits don't like to travel to London.
Golly.
It's big and there's tons of people. It's kind of intimidating.
No. I grew up in a very violent, terrible place.
Yeah,
so
it's
hard to keep
Jasmine
and I grew up. Sometimes.
Jasmine grew up in Kansas City, but
actual Kansas City.
Yes, I grew up in a suburb, which often
suburb kid.
The term suburb sounds like, oh, that's a nice place to live. It was not a good suburb, but it was just south of Kansas City.
Yeah.
If
you want some kicks and giggles, go look at Kansas City public schools, and you can learn everything you need to know about me. Yeah.
Yeah. So, at any rate, I love big city life.
Yeah.
Personally, I think it's good. It's fascinating. There's lots of culture. A lot of fun.
Yeah, I do too. I like that a lot. It's kind of the things I didn't like, even though I lived in a very, very urban area growing up. It didn't have any of the things that I like about large cities now. It had like 12 times the murder rate.
Kansas City would be a bad example.
That's
I was thinking of something like New York City.
Yeah, no, I love New York. New York's one of my favorite cities. I love it. I like London's pretty great.
Basically, if you can live in a city, you can get everything you want, and you don't have to drive.
Yeah, I don't drive.
Loves that.
I do not drive. So if it's like you live somewhere and you can walk to a grocery store, it's awesome. I like that.
And I love Paris, Ricky.
Paris is magnificent.
Paris is still my favorite city.
I love almost every city I've been to in France, actually. I like a lot. I don't know. It's hard to say what things you like about a place, and
I certainly love a lot of Asian cities I've been to too.
Yeah, I do too. I loved Vietnam. I could totally live there if I had to. That was a great,
would not be hard
country.
At all.
Yeah,
to live in.
And that wouldn't have been on my list of places I would have
Hanoi?
wanted to go to. Yeah, I would totally live in Hanoi.
I'd even live in Hoi An.
Saigon was great. Yeah, I mean.
Hana, actually, I'd like to spend a couple months there. It might be hard to do Twitch if we did that, but
like I said, we're gonna try to do Twitch so we can take it on the road, so we don't have to say sorry, guys, no Twitch today. Also, I've seen people here on Twitch doing things where you like walk around cities and show more outside stuff. I'd like to figure out how to do that. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe some outdoor painting or something.
Yeah, there is a sort of like it's Twitch, but it's on the go.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be kind of fun.
Do you do that from your phone, or how does that work?
I don't know. We should find out more about that.
That's what I mean. I think there are ways to, because we do a lot of neat stuff, and I'd like to show people some of the things we do, because we talk about it a lot. And I'm like, well, we should show people what we're up to. That'd be kind of cool.
I mean, would you guys find it interesting if we talk about these different places we do shows at.
Yeah.
Would you guys find it interesting if we kind of had that on film and it was live?
We can always take videos of it and show it up in the corner where the slideshow thing is.
Can we?
I actually don't know. I set this thing up in a day, and I'm still using the same setup I did. There's probably fancier ways to do it, but I don't know. There are ways to do how they were talking about how you can do if you post videos, you can do what do they call them?
Okay, everyone says yes. They love that.
Okay, I don't know what people want to see.
Well, honestly, guys, Twitch is for you.
Yeah, I don't.
So we kind of have to cater to what you want.
Watching it.
We would love to see your other studios, etc.
Okay, I think we did. Did we do one from Kansas City, or did I dream that? I think we did.
We did.
Okay, you couldn't really see much, but yeah, there's not a lot to see.
Yeah.
Now, our Kansas City studio is basically a clone of our studio here in Florida, and we built it, the blueprints and everything, we built it to match the studio. So when I'm visiting family in Kansas City, it matches my studio.
Now, it'd be a little bit more challenging to do that in London, but
it would. Again, we have to put everything away when people rent
another
it.
Place
so, yeah.
In that area.
I know.
Then we could set it up proper.
That's why, that's hard to do things over there.
Oh. Ian says, I'd love to see how crazy the cons get over there. I'm not so sure about having, Twitch.
Well, for example, Dragon Con, at least the art show, does not allow any cameras.
Yeah.
No comment. They put it in a bag, put a zip tie like you're going to capture criminals with. They put it in there. No cameras.
A studio tour would be cool to see, too. Okay. It's probably not as cool as you think. I
don't know. My studio is pretty cool, but yeah.
Hey, I've seen where some of the most famous Disney animators, and have painted.
Yeah.
Jasmine's space is slightly bigger.
Yeah, slightly.
Sadly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it would be a studio tour of each of your places.
Okay.
That's not quite what we're talking about.
No. As far as broadcasting live, I don't know if it would be more interesting rather to see me see the stuff that's around me, or see the kitties come by, or if we're outside to show the outside stuff, or I don't know.
At least put some videos on Patreon.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Maybe I could
agree.
Because so many of the people here on Twitch support you on Patreon.
That's true. You know what? If I was really gonna show more of the inside of my house, I'd probably want it to be something that has a bit of a, I don't know what the word is, a gateway, something like Patreon, where it's not random strangers, it's people I know have a real name, and not that knowing your address helps, but it means you're not a serial killer or something. We've had some problems with people, so we don't like putting a lot of personal stuff out there, but if it's something like Patreon, and I can kind of say, oh, this person can see it, that's fine, that might be better.
Oh, when you got the new space and put pictures up on Patreon, that was neat seeing you guys.
Are you
talking? I think
when we get our Patreon, the framing office and everything. Stuff. Yes.
Africa Matt, I wonder who that is.
Africa Matt.
Jeez.
Is it our friend Africa Matt?
I bet so. Hey, Jasmine and Maddie.
Hi,
Greetings
Africa
from Australia. Cheers, Africa Matt. Hey.
One of my favorite people in the world.
Oh, so guys, Africa Matt is
He's
a
Africa
person
Matt.
that we've been on vacation with.
Yes, he sure is.
He's a very lovely person.
Wonderful person. Aw.
It's very, very nice to see you here.
Yes.
What time is it from where you are? Oh my gosh.
Holy cow! In Australia,
are you up early?
I'm gonna say they're gonna be 12 hours off from us. Yeah.
Hey, Matt, are you gonna see Robin and Emma?
Oh yeah, they're in Australia right now, aren't they?
Oh, Cribs, Jasmine and Matt edition.
Oh.
Ian says, from a totally selfish point of view, I'd love you to turn your camera to your backyard to see the raccoons and possums.
Oh my gosh.
We could at least put some slideshows.
We probably should do, because last time we had 3 possums, didn't we, at the same time?
10:45 a.m. That's not too bad.
Oh, that's not bad. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Once you get around, then it turns into the next day a little bit. Here are the poppies. We were talking about the oranges, how I'm kind of smudging that orange.
He's going to see them on Friday night.
Oh, wonderful!
Send them our love. Hey, Matt, we were talking about karaoke night in...
we were.
Was that Nha Trang?
That was Nha Trang.
Nha Trang.
We did karaoke, yeah. That was great.
I was really wanting you to do a Midnight Oil song.
Well,
I'll be sure to, Karen.
Oh, yeah.
No problem.
Sorry,
a personal friend of ours just entered the room. It's kind of strange to see him pop up suddenly, but yes, Africa Matt is the bomb.
Yeah, he's great.
People still say that?
I don't think so. I think you just did, but I don't think regular people do.
I don't think regular people do either.
I don't know if regular people ever did, really. I'm using some of that same red that I put in the poppies, and I'm mixing it with some of that Hansei yellow medium and some Naples yellow, and overgoing some of the front parts of her hair that should be closer to the viewer. So if you look right at the lighter parts around her face for her hair, you can see those are suddenly a little bit brighter than everything else that's around her, because the rest of it's kind of more of a subdued sort of neutral tone. And I've mixed that with some white and put that around her, the top part of like where her bangs would be, and that is starting to really pop.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
I've been naughty.
What you did?
I just typed into Africa, Matt. I said,
Maddie.
This is Twitch. Fit in or...
Oh, Maddie.
Well, that was
oh, my goodness. He'll get it.
We went to Vietnam with Matt. Africa Matt.
No spoilers, yeah.
Not there are any spoilers.
Right.
But some of the photos that we've shared on Patreon.
Yes.
Were when we were hanging out with him.
Yes.
So,
I have also been to Africa with him.
He remembers.
There you go.
That's a good story.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah.
Oh, Melville says they're just popping in to see what Jasmine's working on. She is gorgeous. Gotta go.
Well,
see you later, Melville. In and out.
Bye, Melville.
This will
for that white
Melville. This will the image itself will debut at
Tintagel in the UK on May the 4th.
May the 4th, or is it the 5th?
May the 4th, isn't it? I thought it was like May the 4th, like Star Wars Day. Like
yes,
May the 4th be with you.
Because May the 5th is Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah. I know, it's May the 4th. And this will be debuting there. And the pin that we're doing, you pin people out there, will be based on this. I don't know if I'm going to do the pin. I haven't done the pin design painting yet, but I don't know if it'll be the whole painting, like with her whole body and having like the helmet from the Dead Knight. Or if I'll have her maybe a close-up of her head, like cradling the helmet of the Dead Knight, or maybe having her have the poppies, or it'll be some variation on this theme. But yeah, I'm having fun with this bright, bright red and kind of making that continue on. And again, that is kind of a sneaky tool you can use in an artist, is use the brightest paint in the painting to kind of make the eye look at something and make it follow around like a little traveling picture. Yeah.
Will you be taking a lot of prints of her to Tintagel?
I definitely will.
I'm thinking. I know that we won't be able to bring as many things as we usually do.
Well, I'll send Paul, my UK distributor, right. Paul Knowles, who's part of Rage in Eden and Strangeling UK. He will have prints of her there too. So we will have a lot of things. We'll probably have maybe minis and canvas cuties and stuff like that of her. And if anybody's interested in the original, I don't know if she's sold yet. I can't see the computer TV from here. I just see my studio. But she will be available. You can, if you are coming in person, let us know. Otherwise, we can mail her to you.
And we'll have those 2-pound minis.
We will have our 2-pound minis.
We should bring a lot of those.
Heavy, but we will definitely. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
That's what
minis.
I'm thinking is we should bring a ton.
Yeah, honey, she's gonna. That's what I told people.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Definitely.
And the pin has to have her cute little feet, according to Princess Bullet.
Okay, maybe it will. We shall see. Not the problem with pins, but the thing about pins, since they're actually made out of metal, we have to make like a big die stamp mold that we have to actually mold front and back. We have to do it in a factory and everything. If her feet are included, there's only so much detail we can put in, because the pin's like an inch and a half tall. So that's the less detail that can go in our eyes if we make her very small. Jasmine. If we do one where it's our eyes and she's holding something, they can be quite bigger if it's just her head. Yeah.
What color will her eyes be? I think a nice emerald green would look very nice with the hair, poppies, and purple.
Look really good with this. I am leaning towards green. I have not decided yet. It might depend on, and I don't know if I'll still be, again, I'm going to be working on the straight through until I'm done, so it might be 20 hours from now or something, but it might depend on how green I make the greenery, like the foliage around her. If I make this super, super green, I will probably make her eyes a different color, but if I make this more of a muted green, I might make her eyes the greenest bit, so it depends. Usually if you think, oh, red head, red flowers in her hair, I'm going to make that green, that'll kind of be like a compliment for the color on it, but we shall see. That's part of the adventure of painting it. I don't really know. I know some people plan everything ahead of time. I don't. I like to try to discover it while I'm working on it.
15 minutes to raffle.
Okay, and what's the last raffle? Oh, it's a pin. It's the pin from Kansas City, the Run Fair one. Where's she? Oh, there she is.
Found her. Strangely Lonely.
Another redhead sort of UK theme.
Doesn't that work out?
I don't know, but here's Strangely Lonely.
Princess Bullet says Purple Eyes.
Purple Eyes would be pretty too because she is going to have that lilac colored dress on there. That'd be pretty. But yeah, here is Strangely Lonely. She is the pin. She was a exclusive event pin from the Kansas City Renaissance Festival in 2018. So you could have gotten her if you got her from there, or you had a friend who went there, or you bought one from somebody who's there, but otherwise you can't get her. And I will sign her for you.
I got a chance to go with our nephew Fox to the joust.
Yeah.
And wow, I couldn't believe all the big blood on the battlefield. That was amazing.
That's fun.
Gabriel asked if Jasmine still has his sea glass.
I do.
From Whitby. Oh.
Let's see if I have it. Sorry, I move things around a lot, but I did have it over here.
Did I think we had a minor ant invasion. I had to move some things. That is a Florida thing, guys.
Sorry. I do.
Aw.
There we go. Aha. There. Wonderful. It looks like a... Pretty sure it is. One. I think so.
Ants here are horrible, says Rain Girl.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Our ants are awful. Aunt Jasmine's the worst. No. But
Sir Matt, how are you on the noble steed? Which steed?
Noble steed indeed.
Aw, Barble steed.
Yeah. Oh, she's looking so good. Actually, at this point,
I used to volunteer with horses.
At
a horse ranch.
Yeah. If you look again, when I was talking about what colors I'm putting on the helmet, since it's made out of metal, it's going to be reflexive and it's going to be reflecting the colors. I have a really super bright red poppy there, right? And there's the top bit of the metal. This is part of me just adding various colors onto the little knight's helmet. So I'm going to put red here. It's like if you had a flashlight and you're like shining it on something from the top. And this is going to be overkill here, but once I start going over it at the very end and start adding highlights and lowlights and putting kind of the grayish, greeny brown that is going to be on there, this red will start to make sense. And even if I cover this up almost entirely, there will be part of your eye that will catch the fact that the lower layer of that paint is going to be super bright red.
So Ricky says, yay, that's ace.
Yay!
I also put up a link for Freedom Ride.
Oh, yeah, that's where Matt previously has worked at helping out horses.
Yes, so, I helped out on the weekends. For those of you who want to help out with a great cause, look it up.
Yes, they always need volunteers.
They need volunteers and money.
And money. Yeah. Volunteers and money, yeah.
But it's a very, very, very special charity.
It is. That's a neat one. It's not a big one either. When you have small charities like that, you can do more good.
I very much recommend you check it out. It'll warm your heart and make you feel good about yourself. Wish I had time to go back there. That was a lot of fun.
I was going to say, I used to do that like every week, but it's hard now because people keep getting pins. Sorry. No, you know what I mean.
No, I don't mind.
Real life intervenes. No, that's not real life.
No,
but if you look at the helmet here, you might look, oh, it looks like blood's all over it. It's not going to be. That's just going to be reflecting from the poppy above it. But whenever I add anything that adds a significant amount of color or color from a different direction that has not already been implied by the original layout, I like to add it onto any sort of reflective surface. I even put a little bit on the skull over here because even though skulls aren't like made out of metal, not this one at least, it is kind of will be a lighter color, so I want to make sure that the red is kind of bouncing off that so it's not all totally, purple.
So to become a Freedom Ride volunteer, you have to be 14.
Okay.
You have to complete and return the volunteer registration form and attend an orientation. It's that easy.
It's not hard. Everybody could volunteer.
Yeah, honestly, it was me and a bunch of, teenage girls. They usually get to do it during the week. I was mostly alone with one of the ladies who helped, the organizers who helped run it during the weekend.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of fun. I got to take care of the horses and clean the stalls.
Oh. He's got it.
She's looking beautiful.
Yeah, she's looking pretty. I took some of that same red too, and I put it like on her mouth and like on a bit of the reflective bits on the inside of her tear ducts, and that red is just gonna kind of dribble, and then I'll go up into an almost not quite question mark, but like a curve that goes up there, and then you go back to her head. So when you put things like that, a little sort of path that your eye is gonna take around the painting, it kind of makes your heart happy because you're like, oh, look, it's kind of a triangle shape that goes that way, but then you look at the colors and the colors go the opposite way, and that gives you a feeling of wholeness or balance when you're looking at some fun. And it's got like the red and the green, those are complementary colors, and then if I use the violet, and I'll probably use some sort of dark purple and a bit of gold in there somewhere, and that will kind of balance out the purple, and then it will feel like a very complete painting, even though it looks like it's only like 2 or 3 colors. It's really a lot more than that. Also, she's kind of, I like her, she's kind of grumpy looking, and that's kind of great. And take a little bit more of that, hence a yellow medium, and use that right on the front bit of her hair. A little bit of a shiny on there. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
That's okay. Cute. And that's when I talk about working up or working down on a color. If you've already painted the main body of color on it or the main tone, if you work up, you're putting lighter things, like you're putting white or yellow or one of the base neutrals like Naples Yellow or Titan Buff that I use in these to work up, and it makes it brighter and makes it look shinier, like it's a highlight. Or if I work down, if I use something like Van Dyke Brown or Payne's Gray or Umber or one of the Dark Season Purples or something like that, that will be a shadow, depending if it's a cool or a warm tone, that will make it look like it's working back into the distance. So it's not just making things bright and dark, it's more like bringing things forward or putting them backwards. You can do that with chroma or hue, like colors, or you can do it by doing things like tone or the sort of grayscale black and white photograph of making something far away or close up.
So everyone is loving this painting.
Oh, good. I'm happy. This painting's pretty great. I'm really liking this one too. I'm glad. I have thought about doing the Belle songs Merci a few times, and I'm glad I kind of waited until I was better at painting. That might sound silly, but I thought about doing a version of her maybe when I was like 22 or something, and I'm glad I waited until I was better at painting, so I didn't waste that theme. Although, as we have seen from the Waterhouse paintings we were showing earlier, these are many years apart. I don't even know if you could tell which one was first. They're both really good. But sometimes there's an idea for a painting and you want to do it, but you want to make sure you're good enough to at least show people the story you're trying to tell them first. But these are the Waterhouse ones from the 1800s, and they're both very good. And I honestly am not sure which one was first. They were years apart. I know they're like maybe 10 years apart, but I don't know which one was his first one or why he painted the other one. It could be he had a customer who was like, hey, where's that La Belle Sans Merci one? And he's like, no, I already sold it like to the Tate Museum. And they're like, oh, can you paint me another? He's like, sure, I got nothing else going on. So I don't know how it came about they painted the second one. There might be a famous story, I don't even know. But the fact he's done it a couple of times in more than a decade apart shows how sometimes artists paint something, they want to revisit the idea, and sometimes it's good to wait until you've done a good job of it, or you can be a Waterhouse and do it awesome each time, apparently. So, weiß ich nicht. A little bit of the light over here. I want to kind of show that her shoulder is here. I don't want to look like her arm is floating in nowhere. So I'm putting a little bit of highlights above the area that was previously kind of dark. I don't know if you can see this, but like on the curly bit there. So it looks like she's got some physical body behind that, but it's not just like a weird floating arm thing happening.
I like how you bring it up to the camera to show us.
Well, does it actually work? I can't see the computer or the TV.
No, you do a good job.
Does it? Okay.
Yes,
I see the little, I see the eyeball of the camera. I don't know how well it shows it on the TV. So
Ren Girl says that red-haired men with green eyes and a beard are her kryptonite.
Oh.
But if you like Ren fairs...
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
You probably find a lot of guys there.
Yeah, I was going to say kryptonite, like it's your weakness, or like they try to kill you.
That sounds like an Irish guy. Sounds like a nice Irish man.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like a whole continent full of them, but I don't know.
Sometimes the Scottish.
Yeah.
They often have blazing red hair.
There's a lot of people, a lot of places have red hair, really.
And Vampy says, how about blue for the eyes?
Blue would be really pretty. Again, it depends how green I end up making. This will probably be at like 4 o'clock in the morning, so I probably won't be broadcasting anymore. But I am working on this straight through until I'm done. And if I make this super, super hyper green, I'm going to make it... I don't think I will. I think I'm going to try to match the green that you'd see in something like... Maybe he's been here like this, where it's kind of like a muted green. But if I make it too green, I don't want to make her eyes also green. Otherwise, it will look like she's got 2 holes in her face and the background showing through. If I make this too green, I will make her eyes probably blue, or maybe a dark violet, or maybe even a dark brown. But if I make this more of a muted green, then I could do her eyes like a super, super vibrant apple, like Granny Smith apple green. And poison apple green, that would look really sharp, and then you wouldn't confuse it with the leaves around her. But if it's too close to the leaves around her, that would make it, you wouldn't even notice, and that looks like she's just hiding in the bushes and we can't even see her, so why paint her portrait? So that's one of those. Yeah. What's up, babe?
So Ren Girl's talking about how much he loves just these bearded
I know, is this
Scottish
like
Highland Games
like
guys. That's her type.
Thing, or what's this?
Vix Allen says, my stepson has red hair, beard, and muscles, but no self-confidence. I should get him to come on here.
I was going to say, we need to fix people up here.
I'm sure that there would be plenty of girls that would like it.
Hey, I had some people get engaged who met in one of my lines at the Pop Gallery, so that's pretty great.
I think I'm just one chromosome away from being a ginger.
You've been accused of it in border crossings in the UK. They asked Matt, "Are you usually a ginger?" And they really said that, didn't they?
I didn't understand why he said
it's like, are you allowed to ask me that? I feel uncomfortable. That's a weird thing to ask you when you're trying to go from one country to another. What's that?
I'm not a tall Scottish type.
No, you are not. You're the same height as me, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm not.
I'm more like
tall. I'm tall for a girl, but you're not tall for a boy.
I'm more like a wide, squat man.
Wide squat man. It's kind of like being a Sasquatch, but more wide. Wide Scotsman.
But I have attended not joined in, but I thought about Highland Games.
You would probably be good at that. You're very good at lifting heavy things.
Well, I was gonna say I've seen the local talent, and I probably could give them a run for their money.
That's an easy thing to say.
It is an easy thing to say, but
I don't know about prove, but it's an easy thing to say. That sounds like fighting words, man.
Ooh. Yeah. I just think the lower center of gravity, I could toss the
You do have a low center of gravity. That's true. You can toss some keywords, man. Yeah.
We got 2 minutes to wrap.
Oh, golly gee. Oh, no.
We're almost done with our session
all
today.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
I will show you guys. Yeah. I was going to say, I'm going to smudge some of this red around, but you'll see what I'm talking about a little bit more. I'll show you closer here. Now, the red of the poppies, I didn't want that to be too similar to the red of her hair, because then it would look like she had, like, weird ears or horns or wings or something like that. But I have taken that same red, as you can see, and it might not look reflective yet, but just you wait until this is done. I'll show you guys. Probably, apparently I'll be done with this tomorrow, so I'll show you guys.
Yeah, wake me up before you come to bed.
I will, or won't, or I'll see you tomorrow night after you go to bed then. But
Queen Tree says, any backlighting? Not
on this one, because she is coming from the forest. I want it to be very coming from a dark place.
Nice, beautiful
place. And that kind of works with the narrative of the story. It's like, here's this strange creature from the forest coming out, and you're like, oh, look at her, she looks nice. Oh, look at all the dead kings and shit around her, or stuff around her. And
Jasmine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I almost went 4 hours before I said snit. Okay.
And then you said mustard earlier.
I said mustard earlier. Oh, golly gee. Okay. Anyways, that's kind of the narrative of the story. She's like this weird thing that comes out and then comes back in. It's like a little moray eel in a cave or something, and she comes out and gets you, and then you go back and you don't even know she's there. So Okay.
Right.
Oh, so this is for Strangely Lonely, Strangely Pin from the Kansas City Renaissance
Beautiful
Festival
pin.
2018.
And very much along the lines of what
yes,
we're talking
that's
about.
why I thought she'd be a good one, because she's, again, that's kind of a Celtic, vaguely red-haired.
Millie G78.
Oh, congratulations,
Millie G78.
Yay, you have one. And I will autograph her for you, too. Oh, and I don't know if you told people, but we will be back next Sunday. Same time,
Sunday. Mm-hmm.
Same bat channel. What do we got? It'll be 3 o'clock Eastern time on Sunday,
Yes,
March the 3rd.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. March 3rd.
Let me put my little message
Day
in the
after our
room.
anniversary. Okay.
And good job, Millie.
Yay,
Thank
Millie.
you for joining the raffle.
Yes, thank you so much. And we'll have more goodies next time. Maybe even more. We'll see them for that. And I will show you, because she will definitely be done by then, because she's going to be done in about 15 hours. So she'll be finished, and I'll show you how she turned out. Of course, those of you coming to Tintagel in Cornwall in the UK on May the 4th will get to see the prints in person first, and we will have the pins available for free. For the first 200 people online, we will have the pins, and free with any purchase. You just have to be there in person. And we will keep a few extra. I usually make like an extra 5 or 10 pins in case there's mistakes. And we'll give some of them away at Patreon if you're my pin collector tier at patreon.com/Jasmine Becket-Griffith. Join the pin tier if you're not already, because then you can't win stuff, but go up there. And we'll also give some away at Twitch. I think we'll do both. And you can definitely win both. We have people who have won things at both places. So there aren't, I mean, yeah, that's just how it works. Some people are born lucky, man. Well, thank you all for joining us. I'm glad Gamera didn't bite me when we brought.
She was being a sweetheart.
Yeah, she was. I think she was kind of sleepy or doped up or something. I don't know, but she was kind of.
Yeah, thank you guys, and we'll hang out on Facebook and Patreon and whatnot.
Oh yeah,
we'll see you throughout the week.
You'll see you throughout the week, and we will see you next Sunday. And hopefully.
Jasmine, real quick, Kieran's YouTube channel.
Kieran's YouTube. Kieran's
I'll find a link real quick.
Kieran's World on YouTube. If you want to see highlights, if you missed an episode and you don't want to catch up, like with the whole 4-hour thing, you can look for the highlights at Kieran's World. You can search Kieran's World. It's KIERANSWORLD.com. He makes highlights of my different broadcasts and also some of my live events and puts them up on YouTube. So if you don't have time to sit through the whole 4-hour rigmarole, or you just want to watch something fun on YouTube, go up there.
Here we go, and there's the link for Kieran.
Yay!
Righty, and thanks for all the emails. We'll sort through them. And
Definitely.
I know people are excited about this painting. Some people are trying to reserve
the original
masterpiece or the original, so we will get to you in the order they came in.
We will definitely talk to you in the order it came in. We might not be able to until tomorrow. Like I said, I'm working straight through the night, so I'm not going to be on the computer or anything.
I have some business I need to do. And
that's got a lot of work tonight, so yeah.
I'll do.
So this is my thing I'm doing for a long time. So I will keep working on this. I will keep you posted and show you guys when it's finished tomorrow. Or next Sunday. Night.